circumventing the entire federal regulations regarding historic registered properties. And not only is the bridge in the National Register, but our neighborhood has 24 buildings that are acknowledged as historic properties, and that have to be considered. Both the immediate and the long-term effect have to be considered according to a procedure that's outlined in Section 106 of that act. So I decided to, yes, file a Freedom of Information request for sure. But I also decided that this project needs federal oversight. It's using federal funds, and as to my mind, the Department of Transportation has totally ignored federal regulations. And I'm asking that the head of the federal highway in Connecticut, exercise more advisory control over this project. And I'm also asking for Jim Himes, Richard Blumenthal, and Chris Murphy's offices to take a look at this. Now, they can't change policy, but they certainly can provide staffers to make sure that our public voices are heard, and that and that procedures are followed, so that the roughly 660 people that have signed my petition so far asking for that have a voice, but I'm sure there are many, many more that want a voice in this.
So let's just imagine the worst case scenario. This bridge goes away and they put some ugly, horrible bridge on, and you start having truck drivers by the dozens, by the hundreds say, oh, I can go through Westport now. I don't have to worry about that accident or that construction. And they start lumbering through all kind of nice neighborhoods in Greens Farms. They end up on the Post Road in Fairfield, and then they somehow circle back to 95 eventually, right, when they want to. I would think there'd be a lot more than 660 people in the town of Westport alone who would be affected by all of this. Maybe they just don't know about it yet. I don't even live on that side of town personally, but I think it's pretty horrendous what they're trying to do. And the process and the procedure by which they're doing it. Werner, did you feel somehow betrayed by the first selectwoman of the last administration, Jen Tooker, for the way she handled this? Like, tell me about
Well, I registered that with her. I said, you made this decision, even though you had a dozen people who had been on this advisory committee. You didn't consult anybody, and you didn't look at it. And she just sort of smiled at me and said, no, I didn't. Now, I'm, as I say, I've submitted a Freedom of Information request because at that same meeting, which I find a little suspicious, the former first selectwoman also okayed $12 million applications, $12 million for the former Hamlet developers to apply for brownfield cleanup.
They were all in on that in some ways. It was really unbelievable, actually. Yeah.
It feels to me as if there was a very strong commercial push to get rid of the present bridge and to really, really work this area, both sides of the river, towards a much more commercial look. There is, as you say, there's Greens Farms Road, but on Greens Farms Road, you also have Nyala Farms, where there's a large office complex that used to be Bridgewater, but now is occupied by other people. And there's also an mostly empty triple D zoned office building right in the middle of Greens Farms Road, right next to the Assumption Cemetery. And if I really got paranoid about things, I'd say we've got developers that are saying, that's ripe for development. We could make a nice access road there and change zoning and move in that direction. But that's speculation on my part. That's not part of my petition or my cause at this time.
So what next, Werner Leopold? We're talking about the Crabari Bridge in Westport. We're talking about a designated historic bridge that there are forces at work that would like to remove and make it a structure that will hold much heavier trucks and equipment. And it could make it, frankly, much easier to build the scale of the hamlet and the affordable housing that is needed, that is going to be needed in order to basically change that entire neighborhood, right, Werner? I mean, think about it. It would help.
Yeah, well,
it would help all the construction to have a bridge, right, like that. There, it would help them a lot.
Yeah, yeah, and I think they said that. I think that one of the developers, the Rhone developers of the hamlet, said that they wanted the bridge gone at one meeting or another. You know, I wasn't at the meeting, so it's a secondhand thing. But yes, I agree with you, Lisa. The scale of this would be almost the same size as when I-95 went through Westport, which was in the 1950s.
Yeah. So
where old-time residents talk about what a great neighborhood it was and how things were, and how I-95 destroyed it. But that's not
water
quite
under the bridge,
time, but,
as we say.
Yeah, well,
right? Isn't that what we say? Water under the bridge. So, Werner Leopold, so right now you've got your FOI request. You've got a petition with over 600 signatures. Is there any kind of public meeting that is coming up next or scheduled? Is there something else happening?
No, well, that's what I'm hoping, that my petition, and when I submit it probably this week to the congressional and senatorial offices, I hope that's what will get stimulated.
But Werner, have you spoken with the new administration in Westport? Have you gotten a sense of whether they're going to take a position on this or how they feel about it? Kevin Christie is the new first selectman of Westport. How does he feel about it?
Well, I think he's certainly aware of it. During the campaign, he was an active visitor to this neighborhood. He was on Bridge Street meeting with people, and I'm sure that he heard plenty. And he's told me, both in meetings, and he's also said that publicly, that he is definitely not in favor of trucks going over whatever happens there. I think I don't think he's an engineer, nor am I. But I think his opinion is that there have to be repairs to the bridge, and I don't disagree with that. Except that I do remember that the ConnDOT engineers have said that they don't want to do anything about keeping the bridge restored. That they won't spend money on an active and good restoration, and they were pretty stubborn about that. I think lazy about it, but they say they were stubborn about it. So I think we have to overcome. I think he has to overcome some attitude problems in the Department of Transportation about how valuable public opinion is and how valuable residential life is.
But let me ask you, Werner, before I let you go, is there any indication that currently the bridge itself is unsafe? What is its rest of useful life?
No, the studies that are published on the ConnDOT page say that the bridge is currently being looked after, has a life of 15 years. They'd like to spend $100 million and put in a brand new bridge that's about 13 feet higher, and that'll give them 40 years. Now, I think there's some other solution that a good engineer or a good engineering company could come up with that's a little more concerned with restoration. I think the bridge could be widened, doesn't have to be made taller, and I think a lot of people would be happy with a bike lane that went across the bridge instead of just ended at the bridge, and wider pedestrian walkway.
Sure.
But that's just my personal opinion. And in an auditorium of 900 people, which we've had in the past, I'm just one voice. I just want to make sure 900 people, or however many people in Westport want to speak, get their voice heard.
Thank you very much.
It may turn out, it may turn out that everybody wants something else, but I'm willing to live with that.
Thank you very much for coming on the show. We'll keep abreast of this conversation and this topic. Werner Leopold about the Krabari Bridge, the historic bridge in Westport, on the Lisa Wexler Show today. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity. I appreciate it, Lisa.
Me too.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Sunny and blustery this afternoon with a high near 40. Clear this evening and overnight near 30. Tomorrow sunny with a high in the low 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's January 12th. On this day in 1966, ABC aired Batman for the very first time. In 1969, Joe Namath guaranteed victory for the New York Jets over the Baltimore Colts in Super Bowl III.
Joe Namath, number 12, has been the one big sidelight. He's come down here and he says the Jets are going to win. In fact, he doesn't even predict it. He says, I guarantee a Jet victory.
And Lisa Marie Presley, the only child of Elvis, former wife of Michael Jackson, passed away on this day in 2023.
Just think, nobody thought this would last.
January 12th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the Voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. WICC, the voice of Connecticut. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
If the probe compromises the credibility and independence of the DOJ.
Of course not. No, they're doing their job. I mean, if investigation is warranted, then they have to play that out.
And he rejected claims that the investigation represents political weaponization.
I have not reviewed his testimony, so I'm not sure, but that's not really my lane. We'll have to see what happens, but I was a little busy over the weekend, so I haven't seen the videos.
Stacey Lynn, CBS News, the White House.
3 former Fed chairs and other former economic officials are rebuking the Justice Department for launching the investigation into Powell. And Republican Senator Tom Tillis says he won't confirm any Fed pick until the DOJ probe is resolved. The future of Affordable Care Act subsidies is in the air after the House voted for a 3-year extension last week. Yesterday, President Trump said he might veto the extension. CBS's Caitlin Huey-Burns.
Those subsidies have already expired. Premiums have already risen for those on the exchanges and, quite frankly, around the healthcare system. But there is a group of bipartisan senators working with House members to come up with something that could pass both chambers. And that's the key here.
The Senate has yet to schedule its vote. Thousands protest in Iran over the government as a violent government crackdown is underway, and there are reports of hundreds of demonstrators killed. President Trump says he will retaliate against the Iranian government if it continues to kill protesters. CBS's Nancy Cordes.
The U.S. military is obviously quite powerful, but that also raises the specter of potential Iranian retaliation. The Iranians have already threatened to do that if the U.S. strikes, and they said that they could strike on U.S. assets or even possibly U.S. allies.
A White House official confirms that Venezuelan opposition leader and Nobel Peace Prize winner Maria Corina Machado will meet with President Trump at the White House on Thursday. Greenland rejects President Trump's latest threat to take it by force if it cannot be bought.
Greenland's government has just said it will not accept a U.S. takeover under any circumstance. And the semi-independent Danish island says it will work to develop its defense under NATO, of which it is a member. Last week, 6 NATO member states affirmed they backed Danish resistance to a U.S. takeover of Greenland.
A suspect is in custody after a fire badly damaged the only synagogue, Temple Beth Israel, in Jackson, Mississippi. CBS's Jason Allen.
The fire department told CBS News it is partnering with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives and the FBI, which is investigating the possibility of a hate crime.
This is CB.
Follow and listen to CBS Mornings on the go on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Governor Ned Lamont is announcing that his administration is releasing a $2.6 million in state funding to increase call capacity at 211. Operated by the United Way of Connecticut, 211 is a free confidential information and referral service that connects people to essential health and human services support. Additionally, Governor Lamont is releasing $6.88 million in state funding to support the continuity of services for homelessness prevention and response. The majority of funds will be used by providers in Connecticut that normally receive funding from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development's Continuum of Care program, which is the federal government's primary homelessness prevention program and has been indefinitely put on pause nationwide by the Trump administration. Police in Stratford are looking for the public's help finding a missing teen. 13-year-old Skylar Delgado was last seen on Saturday. She is a Hispanic female listed at 4 foot 9 inches and about 120 pounds with brown hair and brown eyes. She was last seen wearing a black jacket and black pants with white stripes. Connecticut is ranked as the 4th healthiest state in the country in an annual survey from the United Health Foundation. The rankings are based on multiple indicators, including social and economic factors, physical environment, clinical care, health behaviors, and health outcomes. According to the survey, New Hampshire is the healthiest state. And the Huskies are rolling. The UConn men's basketball team notched their 12th win in a row over the weekend, beating DePaul on Saturday 72-60. UConn is the number 4 team in the country. They look to extend their win streak to 13 tomorrow night at Seton Hall. Meanwhile, the women's basketball team is returning home following a big win on the road. Sarah Strong scored 18 points as the Huskies defeated Creighton 95-54 in Omaha Sunday. UConn is undefeated after 17 games this season. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound construction, exits 19 and 17. Left lane is out. On the Parkway southbound, you have it exit 21 down to 20. Left lane also blocked. On the northbound side of the Parkway, roadwork exits 13 through 17 A and B. And again, exit 34 going up to exit 36, stay to the right to get through. 825 connector northbound, roadwork exit 1 through 2 A and B. Left lane is blocked. On Route 8 southbound, construction from exit 17 down to 15, stay to the right to get through. And on 91 northbound New Haven, construction exits 2 through 6, left lane is blocked. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk, conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and tonight with a low near 30. Tomorrow is sunny with a high in the low 40s. On Wednesday, partly sunny, a few showers and milder with a high in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So if you remember about, 6 years ago, I think, this coming May, it might have been on Memorial Day weekend 6 years ago, and it was, again, a tragic death, again, a preventable death, and again, something that happened, strangely enough, or maybe not so strangely enough, in Minneapolis. We're talking about the death of George Floyd. Remember that? Which I believe was on May 30th or Memorial Day weekend, or right around there. of 2000. And there are similarities with that and with what's going on right now in Minneapolis, other parts of the U.S., the state capitol in Hartford, and also locally here. Now, if you remember, and I'm going to do this, pardon me, I'm going to do this for my dear friends on the progressive side of the aisle, because you're starting to worry me here now. You're really starting to worry me. Because if you remember a phrase, a meme, a political theory, a political tactic came out of George Floyd's tragic death that, in retrospect, turned out to be one of the single dumbest things anybody's ever done in American politics. Do you remember this? 3 words that came out of George Floyd's death. And understand, and I had guests on during that time who knew well and good of the internal workings of the Minneapolis Police Department, of how corrupt it was, about how there were allegations that Chauvin, the officer there, was a corrupt cop or whatever. Well, do you remember the 3 infamous words that came out of the George Floyd death? Remember those words? Think. Blank, blank, blank. Remember that? Because I'll tell you something. We're getting dangerously close to another political screw-up of monumental size here. Do you remember the 3 words? Think now, that came out of the George Floyd tragic death. The officer there had no business leaving his knee on a person's neck for 9 minutes. That's dumb. I'm not a cop, and even I can say that. Put the cuffs on him and take him away. But what did we hear after the tragic death of George Floyd? What did we hear? Defund the police. Remember that? And myself and other talk show hosts and editorialists around the state and around the country, and even a lot of normal Democrats, there are some, looked at each other and said, no, 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 don't go there. This is not good. But yet, the far left progressives, some of the BLM, the Black Lives Matter shysters who ended up stealing millions of dollars, and if you don't believe me, look it up, they're still being exposed now. They started running with, we have to defund the police. And I said to myself, are you kidding? Look, there are bad cops. There are rogue cops. There are bad and rogue police departments. But are you kidding me? With defund the police. And then as it went on, they said, well, we really didn't mean not to fund the police. We meant to reallocate funding. No, sorry, Clyde. Sorry, Mary. It's out of the barn. The horse done gone. The ship be sinking now. You said it. Defund the police. You remember that? And still, you have the reverberations from that in some way, shape, or form, hampering the modern-day Democratic Party, that bitches and moans about Donald Trump and still controls nothing in Washington. And a lot of it started with this asinine defund the police. Well, guess what? I guess they haven't learned, because I started to see a 2-word phrase over the weekend that even people who kissed the rear ends of the defund the police crowd about 5 or 6 years ago, even they're starting to say, oh, no, let's not do that again. Do you know what those 2 words are? So right around 2000, we had defund the police. How did that work out? Both in practicality and also with the ballot box. Well, guess what? There are 2 more words coming. What might they be? We'll tell you about that coming up right here. And you tell me, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Is the progressive wing of the Democratic Party both here in Connecticut? Wait till I tell you what they want to do in Hartford, by the way. Oh, guess what the Democrats want to talk about now? Instead of talking about your electric bill and the public benefits charge and taxes in this state, oh boy, they've latched onto this Minnesota thing. So we'll talk about that and more as we get up and underway right here. It's a Monday on WICC.
For the latest news in Southern Connecticut, WICC is where you turn first on 600 AM and now 95.9 on FM. Hear your favorite live and local shows during the week. Melissa in the Morning, The Lisa Wexler Show, Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on both 600 and 95.9. Plus more live and local news updates on weekends to keep you informed. You found the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Walk when they say you can't stand. Laugh when they say you won't speak. When you're recovering from a severe illness or injury, even the smallest tasks can be the greatest mountains to climb. But at Gaylord Specialty Healthcare, we're not just doctors and nurses and therapists. We're experts and specialists and leaders. And we do whatever it takes to make your recovery possible. Gaylord Specialty Healthcare. Think possible.
Outpatient therapy services now available in Fairfield and Guilford. Gaylord.org.
Need roofing, vinyl siding, gutters, or chimney repairs? Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local roofing expert since 1972. From cracked shingles to leaky chimneys, our certified technicians handle it all. We don't just install, we fortify your home for decades of protection. And right now, you could get 0 interest, 0 payments for 24 months. Call today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, host of Melissa in the Morning here on the Voice of Connecticut, inviting you to join me tomorrow from 1 to 3:30 for an exciting event called Content Made. It's hosted by the Office of Statewide Marketing and Tourism at the New Britain Museum of American Art. Whether you create content or want to work with those who do, Content Made brings everyone together to share ideas, make connections, and create partnerships. Details at voiceofct.com, and come connect, collaborate, and discover at Content Made.
Ever notice that feeling your worst also seems to happen at the worst time in the worst places? Like sudden nausea at 9 p.m. when you're out of town. Really? Now? Fortunately, with Hartford Healthcare's HHC 24/7 app, you can get answers, diagnosis, prescriptions, even speak live with clinicians anytime, anywhere. So maybe there's never a good time to be sick, but at least the best care's always there. Download the app at your app store or hhc247.org.
Most people want to spend their retirement years at home, but most seniors are not equipped to do it. In fact, according to AARP, 82% of adults ages 50 and up want to remain in their current homes as they age, but only about 10% of U.S. homes are considered aging ready. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I'm so grateful my grandmother lived with us for more than 20 years. And as she got older, my parents equipped their home in Fairfield to accommodate her needs, and they got in-home care, like Connecticut In-Home Assistance. I believe in-home care made my grandmother's final years comfortable, joyful, and actually made her feel more independent. It also helped my parents to have peace of mind that someone could get her to her appointments, make sure she didn't fall, and allow them to have a loving relationship with her instead of one filled with tension and resentment. Don't wait until it's too late to make your home ready for an aging parent. Get the help you need to keep your loved one at home safe and sound. Check out Connecticut In-Home Assistance at cthomecare.com. And right now, you can even download their free ebook online. Again, cthomecare.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound construction, exits 19 and 17. Left lane is out on the Parkway southbound. You have it exit 21 down to 20. Left lane also blocked. On the northbound side of the Parkway, road work exits 13 through 17 A and B. And again, exit 34 going up to exit 36. Stay to the right to get through. 8 and 25 connector northbound, road work, exit 1 through 2, A and B. Left lane is blocked on Route 8 southbound, construction from exit 17 down to 15. Stay to the right to get through. And on 91 northbound New Haven, construction exits 2 through 6. Left lane is blocked. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk, conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low near 30. Tomorrow is sunny with a high and low 40s. On Wednesday, partly sunny, a few showers, and milder with a high in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If it's happening in Fairfield County, Paul's talking about it with you. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Now, can I ask you people something? And by the way, hey, how are you? Welcome back. It's Monday. We're back at it. 203-333-9422. 333 WICC. You remember from the George Floyd fiasco back in, 2020 or 2021? He was killed by a rogue cop. You don't put a knee on somebody's neck for 9 minutes. I don't want to hear anybody defending that officer there. Please stop it. I'm not a cop, and even I know. You get the guy down. I've had other cops, I've talked to say, hey, the George Floyd thing. They said, oh, please, that guy, whatever. But what came out of that? The Democratic Party, the progressives in this country, allowed the idiots to take over, the morons. And what did we get? Defund the police. And I looked at that. I remember when they started chirping that, and I'm going, whoa, what are you, nuts? And then you had all the other stunads and people like Nancy Pelosi taking a knee, wearing shawls and all this. And I'm saying to myself, are you out of your mind? Do you understand how this is going to cost you at the ballot box? And it did. You know what else is going to cost you, my dear progressive friends out there at the ballot box? If you don't put a stop to it right now, I don't mean now, I mean yesterday now, immediately. You know what else is going to cost you big time? Abolish ICE. Have you noticed that's around now? We're going to abolish ICE. How stupid is that? Now, do you take a look at how ICE is operating? Sure, why not? I'm all for oversight. Do you want to put the ICE training through the ringer and see if that contributed in any way, shape, or form to what happened in Minneapolis last week? And we've talked about that, and that's going to be put to and through every sort of filter over the next 3 days, and it should. We're going to do some of that today. But abolish ICE. And I see people over the weekend from the governor on down and members of the General Assembly and the constitutional officers, ICE out of Connecticut. What? You can't be that stupid. You can't. Tell me you're not that dumb. Please, I'm begging you. Tell me you're not that dumb. I'm soaking in all this coverage on the weekend of this going, are they crazy? Abolish ICE. Do they not remember George Floyd? Do they not remember defund the police? Oh, my God. But I'm telling you, watch. I'm telling you, this was now maybe somebody will finally come in and throw a bucket of cold water on this and put it out before it gets out of hand. Oh, my God. Abolish ICE. If you have a rogue fireman, do you abolish the fire department? Maybe you had a bad fireman who didn't follow procedure and 2 or 3 people died in a house fire. Do you abolish the fire department? If you have a dreadfully incompetent doctor, or perish the thought, a doctor that actively kills someone, do you abolish health care? Do you abolish the hospital? Of course you don't. You flush the anxiety, you deal with your emotions, you deal with the anger and say, hey, how can we make sure that this doesn't happen again? But I'm seeing all over the state and everybody's rallying, and that's fine. You're allowed to rally and be upset as you want about this stuff. But abolish ICE. Who says that with a straight face? You know, these people, a lot of these people don't understand. ICE has been around for a long time. Now, You may say you don't like the way it operates under Trump. All right. You can have an argument on that side. Some people may agree with you. Some people won't. But, I mean, come on. Abolish ICE. Do you realize some of the abject dirtbags that ICE every day goes after, that a lot of blue states like Connecticut and blue cities like Hartford, like Bridgeport, like New Haven won't go after or will not encourage local law enforcement to have a hand in doing? So what are the immigration people supposed to do? Now, again, that means nothing as far as a woman who many say, if she had complied, if she had gotten out of the car, if she had put her hands up, if she had put the car in park and said, hey, let's cool this off, may still have been alive today. I don't know. I don't victim blame. I'm telling you, I'm not victim blaming. Nobody deserves to get shot unless they're pointing a gun at you, or it's an act of war, or you're defending your family. But now we're suddenly onto the abolish ICE thing. I mean, the number of people I saw over the weekend, both on video and in still photos, watching the coverage of this stuff locally, nationally, around the world, abolish ICE. And then who does ICE's job? Because by and large, in the solid blue states and cities of this country, local leaders, unless you're the worst of the worst of the worst of the worst of the worst as a criminal immigrant, they won't go after you. So how is this whole thing supposed to shake out? Can somebody please explain that to me? If we, quote unquote, and I'll give you the benefit of the doubt here, maybe you're of the abolish ICE crowd, then who does the job of what ICE does? Because you may say, well, they're Trump's Gestapo. Oh, stop with the Gestapo thing, too. You look and sound like an idiot. Now, you want to discuss something and say, hey, they're not acting properly, but my God, stop with the Nazi Germany references like you're giving them out like a handful of Skittles here. You look and sound dumb. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Oh, and I'm looking up at CNN, which I usually leave on during the afternoon. I don't know why, but I do. How about this? Sources, 1,000 more immigration officers are headed to Minneapolis. It ain't slowing down, kids. Not happening. So maybe cooperation is the way to go. I don't know. I don't live in Minneapolis. Thankfully, I'm glad for that, but that's neither here nor there. So you tell me, is abolish ICE about to become the new defund the police for 2026 and 2028? Honestly, my friends on the Democratic side, don't do this. Don't do this. You need to get the email out. You need to fire out the emails, tell all your consultants, stop saying abolish ICE. You want to be PO'd at ICE? You want to rally and hold a protest? Fine. Go right ahead. But abolish ICE is going to put you in the same festering pile of a trash fire that defund the police did. You tell me, how did that work out? Tell me.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound construction, exits 19 through 17, left lane is blocked. On the Parkway southbound, more construction, exits 21 through 20. And on the northbound side, you have it from exit 13 through 17A, and further ahead from Route 8 up to exit 36, left lane is blocked in all those instances. 825 connector northbound, construction, exits 1 through 2A and B, left lane is out. And on the southbound side of Route 8, construction, exits 17 through 15, left lane is blocked. And 91 northbound New Haven, construction from exit 2 through 6, and stay to the right to get through. I'm Andrew Krause at WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and tonight with a low near 30. Tomorrow is sunny with a high in the low 40s. On Wednesday, partly sunny, a few showers and milder with a high in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Some companies will play games regarding discounts and jack up the price before applying a discount. Not my friends at K&J Tree Service. K&J Tree Service has aggressive discounts on tree trimming, removal, or stump grinding. Their certified arborists are ready to handle winter's toughest challenges with unmatched safety and efficiency. They're offering financing for up to 60 months. No scams, no hidden fees, and rates as low as 0% for qualified buyers. Go to kjtreeservice.com to book an appointment.
Did you know tens of thousands of mothers, fathers, children, and seniors right here in Southern Connecticut face food insecurity? Moms going without so they can feed their children? That's why the Bridgeport Rescue Mission is relaunching their mobile kitchen so they can deliver fresh hot meals directly into our streets and communities that need it most. Please help the relaunch of the Bridgeport Rescue Mission's mobile kitchens. Give today to bridgeportrescuemission.org because no child, no senior, no human should ever go hungry.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text METER to 321-321 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text METER to 321-321. That's METER to 321-321.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News brief. Fed Chairman Jerome Powell says the Justice Department investigation that's been launched is a pretext to pressure him to slash interest rates. Legal analyst Jessica Levinson says criminal indictments have been threatened.
What I'm focused on right now is, does this go to a grand jury? And famously, the standard for a grand jury is pretty low. It's probable cause. Does a grand jury say, yes, we will indict?
CBS's Caitlin Healy-Burns says lawmakers on Capitol Hill are working now to head off a possible government shutdown later on this month.
There is really no appetite among the House and Senate and among Democrats and Republicans for a government shutdown. They saw what happened last time. They don't really want to repeat that.
CBS's Camilo Montoya Galvez has the latest numbers on ICE detentions in the U.S.
According to agency data, ICE was holding about 69,000 people across the country in detention facilities.
CBS News Brief, I'm Steve Kathan.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Connecticut's blood supply is in better shape today after more than 90 pints were collected Sunday in Middletown. Over 150 people donated blood at a drive hosted by the We Love You Foundation in partnership with the American Red Cross. Experts note that winter is historically when donor members drop, largely due to seasonal illnesses. Organizers said the blood collected Sunday is being distributed to hospitals statewide. A veteran of the Connecticut Fire Service died unexpectedly while off duty. Fire equipment technician Jason J. Kelly was an active duty member of the Bristol Fire Department since 2004. He was also a former captain of the Rocky Hill Fire Department, Station Number 3. Fire officials said his wake and funeral arrangements will be announced later this week. He is survived by his wife and daughter. Connecticut Senator Richard Blumenthal is weighing in on last week's deadly shooting of Renee Good by an ICE agent in Minneapolis. Blumenthal said over the weekend, quote, there needs to be an immediate independent investigation, referring to last Wednesday's shooting. Blumenthal, a Democrat, said there is a, quote, strong feeling among congressional Republicans that this is the only way the full truth will come to light. He went on to say that the, quote, American people deserve this investigation. Meanwhile, anti-ICE protests continue across the country and across the state. Demonstrations were held in Bridgeport and Fairfield on Saturday. Police were on hand, but both events remained peaceful. Trumbull Democratic State Senator Sujata Gadkar-Wilcox showed support for protesters, reiterating the need to stand up against the rhetoric of the Trump administration. Governor Ned Lamont and Lieutenant Governor Susan Bysiewicz have both referred to ICE's actions in Minnesota as murder.
All the people of the state and around the country were shocked and outraged by the killing of Renee Good, an ICE agent who aimed right into the open window, and she was killed.
What the governor and I want to say to the people of Connecticut is, please protest peacefully, do it in a peaceful way, because that is the cornerstone of our democracy, and we want to protect that.
Connecticut lawmakers are debating whether more legislation is needed to hold the actions of federal immigration agents accountable in state courts. Democratic State Senate Majority Leader Bob Duff told WFSB Channel 3 possible action may be required in the upcoming legislative session.
We're going to be looking at whether these ICE agents have violated the rights of individuals, whether they should be held accountable criminally in our state courts, not just federal court.
Channel 3 further reported that state Republicans they contacted believe that ICE agents acted in self-defense in the killing of Renee Good last week. This past fall, during the special legislative session, the state legislature passed a bill limiting the actions of ICE in state courthouses, but Governor Ned Lamont has since expressed skepticism that any law could have prevented the events in Minneapolis. A new youth program in Bridgeport will address the mental health crisis experts say is being fueled by smartphones. Summerfield United Methodist Church is hosting the Youth with a Purpose program to help younger people disconnect from their devices. The 10-day workshop is free and helps kids identify the most important people in their lives. From there, program leaders encourage and give kids tools to connect with people closest to them face-to-face as opposed to cell phone. The Connecticut State employee payroll has reached $4.6 billion. The average salary is now approximately $95,000 per year, after the combined pay has increased more than 30% since 2019. Meanwhile, the pension of a retired state employee is going up to more than $400,000 per year. In 2025, nearly 50,000 state employees made up the multi-billion-dollar payroll. And M&T Bank is closing branches in 10 Stop & Shop stores in Connecticut, citing, quote, evolving customer needs. On April 16th, branches in Hamden, Stratford, Simsbury, and Vernon will close. On April 30th, the Bridgeport, Milford, Westport, and Wilton locations will close. Branches in Torrington and Waterbury will cease operations later in the year. Stop & Shop said it is evaluating options for using the in-store space being vacated. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound construction, exits 19 through 17, left lane is blocked. On the Parkway southbound, more construction, exits 21 through 20. And on the northbound side, you have it from exit 13 through 17A. And further ahead from Route 8 up to exit 36, left lane is blocked in all those instances. 825 connector northbound construction, exits 1 through 2A and B. Left lane is out. And on the southbound side of Route 8, construction exits 17 through 15. Left lane is blocked. And 91 northbound New Haven, construction from exit 2 through 6. And stay to the right to get through. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low near 30. Tomorrow is sunny with a high and low 40s. On Wednesday, partly sunny, a few showers, and milder with a high in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Shelton is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So we have the governor's race coming up. We'll get to that in a little bit as Ryan Fazio, now according to published reports, has qualified for public funding, which is good. We'll get to that. But, well, I got to tell you now, the majority Democrats in Hartford, they're now licking their chops because not only are they going to keep screaming at Ryan Fazio and at Aaron Stewart and maybe Betsy McCoy about Trump You love Trump, don't you? Trump, Trump, Trump. Instead of having to talk about taxes, instead of having to talk about the cost of living in the state, instead of having to talk about the bad business climate in the state, instead of having to talk about, things like utility bills. No, our Democratic leaders in Hartford are now maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised and be wrong about this, but now they have something else they can use to not talk about the real issues in Connecticut, but they can talk about ICE.
We're going to be looking at whether these ICE agents have violated the rights of individuals, whether they should be held accountable criminally in our state courts, not just federal court.
Yeah, well, that's Bob Duff of Norwalk. Well, Senator, if there weren't criminal illegals in the state, we wouldn't need ICE, would we? If we didn't have a situation in Connecticut that your party embraces like it's a Catholic sacrament, we wouldn't need all that, Senator, would we? No, of course not. And I got to tell you something. As much as I like the guy, as much as I think he's going to win again and is a good fit for the state, the stuff that's coming out of the mouth of Governor Ned Lamont and Lieutenant Governor Susan Bysowitz, again, here's the party that says, well, there needs to be due process for Renee Good, the victim here, and of course there does, and her son, her kid, and her family, and her wife. But then you get this from our governor and our lieutenant governor.
All the people of this state and around the country were shocked and outraged by the killing of Renee Good.
Okay.
An ICE agent who aimed right into the open window, and she was killed.
What the governor and I want to say to the people of Connecticut is, please protest peacefully, do it in a peaceful way, because that is the cornerstone of our democracy, and we want to protect that.
Well, she's right about that. Now, the governor disappointed me a little because, again, you or the governor or I or anybody else, we cannot put ourselves in the position of a guy or a gal of law enforcement, and you see this all the time, that ends up tragically killing somebody. Renee Good did not have to die. She would have been alive today, probably with her wife and her kid, dropping her kid off again in school, if, as you hear that video, they told her 3 or 4 times, out of the car, get out of the car. And then her wife says, drive, baby. I'm sorry. I'm not victim blaming here. I'm really not. But a lot of times in my life, I put myself in, 2 or 3 times a pretty dangerous position by stuff I was doing, personal habits, and I reflect back on that now and say, you know whose fault that was? It wasn't her or him. It was me. And I'm getting yelled at online over the weekend. Scott and Fairfield, hang on, we'll be right to you, promise. You'll lead us off today. I'm getting yelled. Here, this is the mentality of some people in this country. And I know I shouldn't do this. I know I shouldn't get involved in the online discussions, but what the heck, I'm bored. And I said something, I swear to God, this happens. I said, well, if armed men and women with guns pointed at me or not are saying, out of the car, get out of the car, you know what I do? I get out of the car. And I put my hands up and I say, okay, whoa. I don't listen to my partner who allegedly says, drive, baby. And you know the response I get from people on the left? This is how there's a word going around online, and it goes back to fetishes and being subservient. Because I said it's too bad she just didn't comply and then could have hashed it out anyway, found a lawyer, got video, maybe sued the government, whatever. You know what I was called? A bootlicker. Seriously, I'm dead serious. The mentality of some people is nuts. And I got news for you. If this had happened under Obama, under former President Obama or Bill Clinton, 3/4 of the people who are quote unquote outraged now, they wouldn't have cared less. But all I had to say over the weekend was, hey, geez, when in doubt, get out of the car. especially when the people telling you to do that have guns. And then I get the response of 2 or 3 people, bootlicker. Yeah, okay. Who's the bootlicker? You tell me. Scott in Fairfield, hang on. We'll be right to you, Scott, after this on WICC.
Metal Supermarket's not where you buy your eggs, but where you buy all the metal you need. The world's largest small quantity metal supplier with over 8,000 types, shapes, and grades is now in Danbury and Bridgeport. Fabricators, construction crews, manufacturers, auto shops, and hobbyists find the metal you need cut to size and ready fast with no minimum order. Or browse our drops and remnants. Fill your cart at Metal Supermarkets in Bridgeport at 1085 Connecticut Avenue or Danbury at 4 Lee Mack Avenue.
Hi, I'm Melanie Miranda, owner of Apex Radon Solutions, your local certified radon mitigation company. January is National Radon Action Month, and radon is something every homeowner should take seriously. Radon is an invisible, odorless gas, and it's the second leading cause of lung cancer in the U.S. The good news, testing is simple. This January, Apex Radon Solutions is offering free radon test kits to help protect your home and your family. Let's see how low your radon can go. Learn more and request your free radon test kit at apexradonsolutions.com.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound construction, exits 19 through 17, left lane is blocked. On the Parkway southbound, more construction, exits 21 through 20. And on the northbound side, you have it from exit 13 through 17A. And further ahead from Route 8 up to exit 36, left lane is blocked in all those instances. 825 connector northbound construction, exits 1 through 2A and B. Left lane is out. And on the southbound side of Route 8, construction exits 17 through 15. Left lane is blocked. And 91 northbound New Haven, construction from exit 2 through 6, and stay to the right to get through. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and tonight with a low near 30. Tomorrow is sunny with a high in the low 40s. On Wednesday, partly sunny, a few showers, and milder with a high in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Ask Alexa to play WICC.
Playing WICC.
Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Faselli on WICC 600 and 95.9.
The voice of Connecticut.
And by the way, I wonder if the Lieutenant Governor, Susan Bysowitz, of Governor Lamont, they appeared at this rally in Stamford over the weekend. Chris had some sound there. The name of the rally was Ice Out for Good rally in Stamford. So does the governor of the state, is Governor Lamont okay with that? Does he want ice out for good? Does the lieutenant governor want ice out for good? Do you want dangerous illegals who apparently are not hauled in to any great extent by our police departments because their cities or towns or the state won't let them? Who's supposed to get some of these danger? Not everybody is in this category. Who's supposed to do that? My God, you folks on the Democratic side of the aisle, don't make the same mistake you did with defund the police. You're starting to worry me here, or maybe I should like it. I said a bunch of years ago, defund the police was going to go down as one of the single dumbest things the Democrats ever did, and it did. And abolish ICE, I'm telling you. And I know some people probably like the governor. If he gets invited and he doesn't go, then they crawl up his backside. My God. By the way, coming up later on, I have lists of the people in Minneapolis that ICE was able to get to and finally boot out of the country that the local police out there didn't. Scott in Fairfield leads us off. Scott, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon, Paul. I hope you're having a great day.
I'm trying, Scott. What's on your mind?
So you're given a lot of focus and a lot of airtime to this absurd idea of defund ICE. Of course, it's stupid, but there's stupid hyperbole on both sides of the aisle, and I don't think it should get as much airtime as it does right now. The question to get you're animated about this issue. I feel like the thing you ought to be animated about is the procedure that they're doing, that ICE is doing in these communities, is that the best way to get these people, or are they trying to create chaos and mayhem and a headline? Haven't we had previous presidents just efficiently, quietly deport a lot of folks without creating these incidents? What can we do better? You know, maybe even, for example, going after the employers that are making it so enticing for these people to come into the country, right?
I agree. I agree 100%. For example, Scott, we had those stories a few weeks ago, of these ICE arrests at these car washes, right? And I think I was on the air saying, well, did they shut down the car washes after that?
Right,
where's the State Department of Labor ordering a work stop at those car washes and pulling their license? Now, I would imagine there's political pressure not to do that, Scott, because there may be some are saying, well, if you shut it down, then you're acquiescing to the immigration purge. You know what I mean? But, Scott, I agree with you 100%. I've said that for years.
Wasn't the only large-scale enforcement we've heard about at a Hyundai plant? I don't remember if it was Hyundai or somebody else.
Yeah.
One of the manufacturers made a big investment, and then, follow on was, hey, there's a bunch of people that shouldn't be here that are here. And then I'll leave with a final comment.
Yeah.
That you're running the risk of victim blaming, even though you're saying you're not victim blaming, right? Talk about hyperbole on both sides.
Yeah.
Of course, if she hadn't done what she did, she would be alive. But it's still worth taking a look at how we're deploying these forces and whether we're, putting people at risk unnecessarily, even due to their own stupidity.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Scott, thank you for the call. You're breaking up a little bit. Thank you. But, yeah, listen, I fully know some people may think I'm victim blaming. And I'm not blaming the victim here for getting herself shot. But all of us in our lives have at one time or another put ourselves in situations here, right, where when we look back on them, we didn't realize what we were doing. And we said, holy crap, what in the blank was I thinking of? And the point is, sometimes bad things happen, not necessarily because of the person that did them, but sometimes along with the person that does something, there's the creation of of all the ingredients there to make it bad. To make it bad. I mean, I remember this is, oh my God, I must have been in my late teens, had a little too much to drink, and I finally got home, still living at home. Luckily, Mom and Dad were asleep, whatever. And I remember pulling up to the house where I lived in New Haven and looking and saying, how in the F did I get here? How did I not pile into? How many cars on the way home? How was I not stopped by a cop? I put myself in a horrible situation that if I had hit someone or someone had hit me, would any of it have been their fault, or would it have been the fault of the position that I put myself in? And again, I look at this video, I hear this video, and I'm yelled at online because I simply said, if she got out of the car, She probably would have got us some. Maybe she would have been zip-tied for a while. I don't know. And if you think that's unfair, that's what they make lawyers for. I don't understand the mentality of people. Now, you want to be on a sidewalk or on somebody's lawn and get a bullhorn and bang and call ICE and Trump the most vile things you want. Go ahead, God bless you. Who in their right mind goes up to and drives and there's new video, by the way, that came out over the weekend, shot from a home about half a block away, and there are people saying, see, she was angling the SUV she was in to keep a stuck ICE vehicle in the snow there and not like a... I mean, who does that? You have a kid at home. Stop. It's just like I stopped doing dumb things when I got married and had a kid because I'm like, all right, I have to be an adult now. And if I don't watch it, something's going to happen that might not be the person's fault that does it to me, but it's going to be because of what I did. So was this ICE officer out of bounds by shooting and killing her? I don't know. I'm not in that position, and I do hope there's a fair investigation of this. But the more you put I don't care if you're protesting or driving or digging ditches or whatever. Things happen in part in life because of what you do and what you don't do. Just like the other night in Hartford, people were blocking the exit ramp from a courthouse in Hartford. Oh, somebody got hit by a car. Why are you blocking that? Well, I'm protesting. Protesting does not allow you under law to block a vehicle. Oh, somebody got knocked down when one of the federal government vehicles backed up and hit them. Well, it happened because that vehicle, the driver of that vehicle, had one of its windows broken out, and who knows what that driver did. Again, 5-letter word, panic. Bad things happen when people panic. How did that driver not know a bomb or somebody was going to stick a gun through that? You cannot claim that a bad thing happened to you if you didn't stop and think, well, wait a minute, this is a bad situation. I got to get out of here. We'll take a quick break here, and I'll tell you about a little situation that I kind of felt way early in my radio career was going to be bad, and the hell with discretion, the hell with being valid, I got out of there. We'll do that coming up right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound construction, exits 19 through 17, left lane is blocked. On the Parkway southbound, more construction, exits 21 through 20. And on the northbound side, you have it from exit 13 through 17A. And further ahead from Route 8 up to exit 36, left lane is blocked in all those instances. 825 connector northbound construction, exits 1 through 2A and B. Left lane is out. And on the southbound side of Route 8, construction exits 17 through 15. Left lane is blocked. And 91 northbound New Haven, construction from exit 2 through 6, and stay to the right to get through. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low near 30. Tomorrow is sunny with a high and low 40s. On Wednesday, partly sunny, a few showers, and milder with a high in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
All January long, kids eat free at family-owned AB's Falafel in Trumbull. Come enjoy and save on a great meal everyone will love. From fresh and delicious shawarma, falafel, kebabs, and hummus, AB's Falafel is consistently voted best Middle Eastern food in Connecticut. And for January, with every adult meal, one child 10 and under eats free. It's a meal deal parents will love and kids will cheer for. AB's Falafel, 10 Broadway Road, Trumbull. Free child meal for dine-in only.
back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And I've told you this before, late 80s, I'm covering a strike in North Haven. Circuit-wise company. I don't even think they're in business anymore. Anyway, I'm talking to this union guy. A guy came in from, I think, Western PA. He was the Northeast Regional UAW president. Very nice guy. Had a hand-cut suit on, dressed up to the nine. Kind of had that Gavin Newsom look, and I'm not trying to be funny here. He had, the big white collar, the collar pin and everything. The big hair, lots of product. So he's answering a question to me. He says, Paul, hang on, I'll be right back. And I heard a car behind me, like relatively close, maybe 5 or 6 feet. Well, the car had, scabs in it, shall we say, picket line people. Trying to get through. And this guy who was just being the perfect gentleman to me was starting to, put dents in the guy's hood. And guys were crowding the car. And this is happening about 7 or 8 feet from me. Guess what I did with the car that close? I got out of there. And I finally found the guy a little bit later on. He goes, all right, let's finish talking here. I was scared blankless. The point being, when there was a vehicle near me, when I thought like, oh, man, if this guy behind the wheel flips out, or if they break a window here and this guy, no, I get out again. It's one thing to be yelled and screamed at with a bullhorn, but then again, when you have a 4,200-pound vehicle involved.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. As deadly protests grow in Iran, a source with knowledge of the talks confirms to CBS News that Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has spoken directly to U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, and a meeting is under discussion. The direct talks were first reported by Axios. CBS's Stacey Lynn also reports.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says the president does believe there's a way to stop the violent protests in Iran without military action.
The president has shown he's unafraid to use military options if and when he deems necessary.
But she says he believes diplomacy is always the best option.
What you're hearing publicly from the Iranian regime is quite differently from the messages the administration is receiving privately. And I think the president has an interest in exploring those messages.
Stacey Lynn, CBS News, the White House.
Democratic Senator Mark Kelly, a former Navy pilot and astronaut, is suing the Pentagon over attempts to punish him for his warnings in a video calling on troops to resist unlawful orders. Kelly is seeking to block his censure from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth last week. Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell says he is the target of an investigation by the Justice Department. CBS News legal contributor Jessica Levinson explains.
A probe is very different from the grand jury indicting. And so what I'm focused on right now is, does this go to a grand jury? Does a grand jury, and famously the standard for a grand jury is pretty low, it's probable cause. Does a grand jury say, yes, we will indict? What would the charges be? And then how would any hypothetical criminal case proceed?
The Trump administration has decided to ramp up the number of federal agents in Minneapolis after the shooting death of 37-year-old mother Renee Good last week, despite calls from city officials for ICE to leave. CBS News' Nicole Skanga in Minneapolis.
Just this morning, we have watched as the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension sent roughly a dozen of its agents to this block. They were canvassing door to door, speaking with folks, looking for witnesses. We know that state officials have launched their own probe here. So not only are we seeing dueling narratives, we're also now seeing dueling investigations.
After the double murder of a husband and wife in Ohio, police think they have their man, and it's one of the victim's ex-husbands, they say, who's due in court. CBS News' Chanel Call with more.
Here's what police say happened. The couple, they say, were found dead inside their Columbus, Ohio home just over 2 weeks ago now. Their bodies were found by some friends who had visited their home because Spencer, who's a well-known dentist in that community, had not shown up for work. So these folks showed up to their home to perform a wellness check.
Stocks are trading up on Wall Street right now. This is CBS News.
Take control of your financial life. Follow and listen to Money Watch with Jill Schlesinger on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A veteran of the Connecticut Fire Service died unexpectedly while off duty. Fire equipment technician Jason J. Kelly was an active duty member of the Bristol Fire Department since 2004. He was also a former captain of the Rocky Hill Fire Department Station Number 3. Fire officials said his wake and funeral arrangements will be announced later this week. He is survived by his wife and daughter. M&T Bank is closing branches in 10 Stop & Shop stores in Connecticut, citing, quote, evolving customer needs. On April 16th, branches in Hamden, Stratford, Simsbury, and Vernon will close. On April 30th, the Bridgeport, Milford, Westport, and Wilton locations will close. Branches in Torrington and Waterbury will cease operations later in the year. Stop & Shop said it is evaluating options for using the in-store space being vacated. The Connecticut State employee payroll has reached $4.6 billion. The average salary is now approximately $95,000 per year after the combined pay has increased more than 30% since 2019. Meanwhile, the pension of a retired state employee is going up to more than $400,000 per year. In 2025, nearly 50,000 state employees made up the multi-billion-dollar payroll. Connecticut's blood supply is in better shape today after more than 90 pints were collected Sunday in Middletown. Over 150 people donated blood at a drive hosted by the We Love You Foundation in partnership with the American Red Cross. Experts note winter is historically when donor numbers drop, largely due to seasonal illnesses. Organizers say the blood collected Sunday is being distributed to hospitals statewide. And the Huskies are rolling. The UConn men's basketball team notched their 12th win in a row over the weekend, beating DePaul on Saturday 72-60. UConn is the number 4 team in the country. They look to extend their win streak to 13 tomorrow night at Seton Hall. Meanwhile, the UConn women's basketball team is returning home following a big win on the road. Sarah Strong scored 18 points as the Huskies defeated Creighton 95-54 in Omaha Sunday. UConn is undefeated after 17 games this season. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 southbound, an accident reported on the Moses Wheeler Bridge involving multiple vehicles. Looks like the far right and the far left are getting through as things backing up into Milford. And on 95 north, plan on about 45 minutes. Stamford through Fairfield Parkway is a little easier. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and tonight, below near 30. Tomorrow is sunny with a high in the low 40s. On Wednesday, partly sunny, a few showers and milder with a high in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So am I to believe, and you tell me, because I don't quite get this. Am I to believe at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, does Governor Ned Lamont and Lieutenant Governor Susan Bicewicz, or should I say do Governor Lamont and Lieutenant Governor Susan Bicewicz, do they want no immigration enforcement here in the state? Well, Paul, that's ridiculous, is it? Hey, Chris, by the way, can you let me know when you have it, fire up that bite again with Governor Ned Lamont and Susan Bicewicz regarding some remarks I guess they had over the weekend. There was a big rally in Stamford. Because I have a serious question here. You got that all set? All right, here's the governor and the lieutenant governor regarding a local anti-ICE rally over the weekend.
All the people of the state and around the country were shocked and outraged by the killing of Renee Good.
Okay.
An ICE agent who aimed right into the open window, and she was killed.
What the governor and I want to say to the people of Connecticut is, please protest peacefully, do it in a peaceful way, because that is the cornerstone of our democracy, and we want to protect that.
All right, now, those are the two. Now, Susan Bicewicz there, at least she was a little measured there in her comments. But the governor saying, well, he killed her, he aimed into an open window. Well, do we know where he aimed? See, this is what I mean. Everybody's going to I've seen 18 different interpretations of that video. And we have our governor here, who I generally think makes a lot of sense in stuff that he says and does. He attends a rally that's called ICE Out for Good. So then, let me just ask, does that mean the governor of the state does not want any immigration enforcement? Well, Paul, that's not fair to ask. It's not? Why? If you go to a rally that wants ICE out of Connecticut, are you in favor of that? I'd love to see the governor ask that by the Capitol Press Corps, or maybe the next time Melissa has him on, or the next time Lisa has him on. I'll read you the story right here from the Greenwich Free Press on Sunday. Indivisible Stamford. By the way, the Indivisible Stamford is one of the No Kings rally people. They organized an ICE Out for Good rally at Latham Park on Bedford Street to protest the killing of Renee Good. Homemade signs included how many mothers what? Trump must go. ICE due process equals Gestapo. Okay. So the governor of this state, who purportedly is the governor of everybody in this state, Democrat or Republican, left or right, attends a rally with the usual Nazi references that don't make any sense. Dick Blumenthal was there. Stamford Mayor Caroline Simmons. I'd love to ask Mayor Simmons. Maybe her office can get back to me. So does the mayor not want any ICE involvement in Connecticut? Now, again, ICE being in the state is not a new Trump thing. ICE is out all the time. But maybe as a leader, as a municipal, local, and state leader, you should temper your remarks. I don't know. I guess the governor was, maybe somebody asked him, hey, why you here? Whatever. Was Kristi Noem neutral when immediately after the tragic, merciless killing of Renee Good, she called her a domestic terrorist? Was she being neutral? Governor, with all due respect, that's got nothing to do with it. You decided to go to that rally. The silence of good people can bring on more tragedies than like this, the governor said. Okay. And good people not cooperating with law enforcement when they say get out of the car. And by the way, it's not just with ICE stuff here. How many times in a given year, whether it's in a big city or a small town, forget ICE for a minute. How many tragedies have we seen when you have people pulled over by police departments? Everybody is fixated on this because it's ICE. We see this multiple times every year. An investigation is underway into the New York City Police Department, the shooting of so-and-so on Broadway. police started to struggle with the person, or police fired their weapons when the person started driving toward them, or whatever you hear. Police say the suspect was uncooperative and went for their gun. It happens. It's horrible. It happens. Mayor Simmons said it was important to stand with Renee Good and other victims of harsh tactics. Say enough is enough. We refuse to be silent as ICE comes into our communities. Well, Mayor, and everybody else, with all due respect, are there people in your communities who are dangerous illegals that should be picked up, that aren't picked up? Because here in Connecticut, we don't let local law enforcement work with ICE? See, this is why you can't have it both ways. You get a lot of these same people who bitch and cry and whine and moan about what ICE does. Well, they don't know our towns. All right, well, maybe you should let your police department work with them. But it is the blue governors and blue mayors and blue legislators in these blue states who wag their fingers at their local police departments and say, you better not cooperate with ICE. And then ICE goes in there blind. They don't know the neighborhoods or whatever. You can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways. You can't. Instead of, abolish ICE, how about ICE and local police working together? Oh, and by the way, if you've noticed, and I feel bad for these men and women, there are some local chiefs of police around the country siding with ICE on this. They better be careful. They're going to be out of a job. We continue right here, coming up on WICC.
You wanted a new and improved way to experience voiceofct.com, and now you have it. We've totally revamped our website, and it looks better on your smartphone than ever before. Voiceofct.com. You can still stream all of your favorite WICC local talk shows, listen to podcasts, find out about local events, sign up for our email newsletter, and it's easier to use than ever. It's the best way to stay informed in Fairfield County. Just bookmark us, voiceofct.com.
Did you know tens of thousands of mothers, fathers, children, and seniors right here in Southern Connecticut face food insecurity? Moms going without so they can feed their children? That's why the Bridgeport Rescue Mission is relaunching their mobile kitchen, so they can deliver fresh hot meals directly into our streets and communities that need it most. Please help the relaunch of the Bridgeport Rescue Mission's mobile kitchens. Give today to bridgeportrescuemission.org, because no child, no senior, no human should ever go hungry.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Smilow Cancer Hospital delivers the pioneering research of Yale Cancer Center, like targeted therapies based on your genetic makeup and groundbreaking clinical trials that offer hope when you need it most. All delivered by a multidisciplinary team dedicated to you and your specific type of cancer. Smilow Cancer Hospital and Yale Cancer Center. We're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
Dude, I just got this car.
Yeah, sorry, man. Take it to my friend. He can do it for cheap.
Hi, this is Chris from Sono Collision. Don't just go to anybody for your repairs. Choose the best. Remember, you're the one that has to live with the repairs. It's your choice, so pick quality at Sono Collision. Go to sonocollision.com or call 203-939-9955. Your car will thank you.
Go to voiceofct.com and click on contests. Enter to win tickets to see Super Diamond, the Neil Diamond tribute at the Palace in Stamford Friday, January 30th. Tickets on sale now.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 southbound, an accident involving a tractor trailer on the Moses Wheeler Bridge between exit 34 and exit 33 has been moved to the shoulder and part of the right lane, so stay to the left to get through. Has things backing up into Milford, Lower Fairfield County, 45 minutes. Stamford through Fairfield, the Parkway northbound is the better ride. Traffic report powered by Stamford Center for the Arts. Super Diamond live at the Stamford Palace January 30th, delivering Neil Diamond's hits with power, passion, and a rock edge. Sing along to Sweet Caroline and more. Tickets available at palacestamford.org. And that's Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low near 30. Tomorrow is sunny with a high and low 40s. On Wednesday, partly sunny, a few showers, and milder with a high in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
And you think you've got opinions. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9.
See, as much as people look at ICE in Minnesota and all these areas and like to say, Gestapo and jackbooted thugs and bootlickers and all this, if these mayors or governors had any brains, they would tell their local chiefs of police or their chiefs of state police, hey, let's make sure things are held to a minimum here. Who are they? Let's get together, and who are they coming to see? If they're coming for some of the worst of the worst. And by the way, I have a list coming up later on. I'll do it next half hour, I promise you. Regarding some of just the abject dirtbags that ICE has taken off the streets there. Wait till you hear the resumes of some of these people who I guess have done criminal time. And once their criminal time is over, there's no concerted effort for local people to work with ICE to deport them. See, I want people to understand this is the problem. I had somebody over the weekend ask me online, hey, if these are criminal illegals, why are they still here? I said, because similar to that case we had in Connecticut last year, if an illegal does jail time domestically here, that doesn't mean that a state or a city or a town will then make a move to get them out of the country, because they'll wash their hands. They'll pull a full Pontius Pilate and say, yeah, well, we just do local law enforcement, which is correct. But because their governors and their local leaders are so psychotically and reflexively liberal, they pass laws like the Trust Act in Connecticut that says, hey, it's virtually impossible for state and local police to work with immigration and get some of these people out of here. It's not like the cops are saying, hey, help us get somebody who's gardening out of here. These are the worst of the worst of the worst. So if these governors, if these mayors really want to calm things down with ICE, they could say, hey, let's meet all together. Let's figure out who you're going after. Let's work together on this. Maybe our police community relations teams can reach out to these neighborhoods and say, hey, we know you don't like it, but these 3 or 4 guys or gals, they're running a prostitution ring. There's child sex offenders here. See, I think the tension builds here, and I honestly think this, because you have good people in places like Hartford and New Haven and Minneapolis who think now I know ICE is taking some quote-unquote non-criminals. That's another factor to obtain here. But everybody thinks, or a lot of people must think, that ICE is only going after people who are growing flowers and selling herb tea. No, there is some really bad people. It's like those 2 Tren de Aragua thugs that ICE had to shoot the other day because they were going after them. And did you see this? The police chief in Portland I should play this audio later. Did you see this? The police chief in Portland started crying because he had to admit that, yeah, we were wrong. These were some gangbangers that ICE got off our streets. He started crying. Crying. Oh, my God. I'll see if I can play it later for you. I said this is from The Onion, right? This is from the Babylon Bee. This is AI right now. It wasn't AI. Because he admits at the news conference, well, yeah, he had a record of drunk driving or something to do with homicide. She was running a prostitution ring. It's a prostitution ring. Leave him alone. Joe in Fairfield's here. Joe, how are you? What's up?
Hi, Paul. Happy New Year.
You too, Joe. Happy New Year.
The first thing I picked up from the governor's speech is the way he said window. Winder? Did you hear winder?
Winder,
like
yes, I did.
Pizza and soda, like the old days.
Who got a Fox and Park for me? Got a soda?
Pizza and a soda.
Yeah.
But what needs to happen, and I don't wish it on anybody, but these people need to be victims of crime from a violent, illegal alien, someone in their family or a close relative or friend, to make them realize, oh, my gosh, these people should not be in our country.
But Joe, that happens all the time. You get things passed in Congress. I mean, remember that Lake and Riley case, that woman that was out for a morning jog? She was a student at the University of Georgia nursing school, beaten up, raped, and killed. This guy, he had gone through, right, Joe? He had been stopped by multiple police operations. And you had people, Joe, in Congress, Democrats saying, well, that bill is too harsh. It's too harsh, Joe. Come on. Oh.
It's like this Graziata, this good-looking kid, Mangione.
Oh, they love him.
These people are cheering. What about what if their fathers got shot in the back of the head? Would they feel differently about that? Of course, we don't wish that on anybody. But,
no, of course not. Joe, thank you for the call. Appreciate it. And I like the winder and the soda. You picked that up. I did, too. I didn't say anything. But, because listen, Ned Lamont's the governor. I'm not, and he's worth about $100 million, and I'm not. But, yeah, this fascination we have from some people, not a lot. But these people who are like, Free Luigi. Really? Free Luigi. Let me ask you something. What side of your head did you hit when you fell out of the high chair? And was Mom not looking, or what? Free Luigi? Well, the health insurance companies rip people off. Okay, maybe they do. But it's okay that somebody's killed? Oh, Maron. Oofa. Joe in Bridgeport. Joe, how are you? What's up?
Oh, Paul, make it make sense.
No, it'll never make sense. No, Joe, I've decided it doesn't make any sense, but we could still talk about it.
So the question becomes, why is propaganda media, including WICC and Connoisseur Radio, why is so much time being spent on this?
On this?
I mean, yeah, like who cares?
I care. It's my show, and it's a lot of people. It's the lead story in the news, Joe.
The lead story, why? Because of propaganda media? Because it wasn't the lead story when Ashley Babbitt got
of course. I know.
At the Capitol.
Yeah, I know.
Right? That wasn't the lead story.
No.
It's not the lead story, the amount of crime we have, but none of these installed politicians we have in Connecticut that showed up to Stanford, none of those come to Bridgeport and talk about the crime that we are being affected by illegals in Bridgeport, okay? Severe crime in Bridgeport because of illegals. But these installed politicians that have been installed with absentee ballots and mail-in ballots and stuffed ballots, Joe Ganim style, they don't talk about it. No, we got to worry about something happening in Minnesota.
Well, because, and Joe, thank you for the call. Appreciate it. The reason it happens in Minnesota is because ultimately that affects us here. All this stuff is interconnected. And, Joe, you kind of answered your own question, right? You had a scenario there where you have an entire state there walking around saying, abolish ICE or ICE out of Minnesota, Joe. Well, guess what? It's happening here, too. Who in their right minds wants ICE out of their state? Now, do you want ICE to operate a little better, a little smoother? Maybe. I have an idea. If these states actually collaborated with ICE more on some bad, but they can't because they're too. Here's the reason. blue state governors and blue state legislators, they're afraid. They know that to a large extent you need ICE to do what they're doing. But you know what? They're too afraid. They have no spine.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound, an accident involving a tractor trailer on the Moses Wheeler Bridge between exit 34 and exit 33 has been moved to the shoulder and part of the right lane, so stay to the left to get through. Has things backing up into Milford, Lower Fairfield County, 45 minutes. Stanford through Fairfield, the Parkway northbound is the better ride. Traffic report powered by Stanford Center for the Arts. Super Diamond live at the Stanford Palace January 30th, delivering Neil Diamond's hits with power, passion, and a rock edge. Sing along to Sweet Caroline and more. Tickets available at palacestanford.org. And that's Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and tonight with a low near 30. Tomorrow is sunny with a high in the low 40s. On Wednesday, partly sunny, a few showers and milder with a high in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, I'm Peter from Donut Delight. Donut Delight has used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 1994. From installing plumbing in our new stores to maintaining our existing stores and our personal homes. Their guys have always been very professional and great to work with. Donut Delight has been very happy with Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
Nonprofits and service organizations, how are you planning on engaging donors in 2026? Well, I've got a great new way. Hi, I'm Christina Preet, lifelong Connecticut resident and founder of the free mobile app Shopping Anyway. Shopping Anyway is a one-stop shop platform to engage with existing donors and attract new donors to communicate your needs for items such as food and basic necessities, volunteers, and fundraising events you're looking to promote. Visit shoppinganyway.com. And for those looking to get more involved in giving back to their community, go to shoppinganyway.com to download the free app.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. People say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it, because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams Winter Sale and get 30% off paints and stains January 9th through the 19th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The Justice Department is investigating Fed Chair Jerome Powell over the central bank's renovation of its D.C. headquarters. CBS News contributor Javier David.
There's a legal threat. It's pretty breathtaking. It's unprecedented and sparked a very uncharacteristically blunt response from the Fed chairman, who believes that the Fed's independence is under attack.
President Trump says he might veto the 3-year extension of ACA subsidies that the House voted for last week. CBS's Caitlin Huey-Burns reports.
A lot of members want him to become engaged to try to get something on paper and through the chamber. But bottom line, we're still pretty far off from anything becoming law anytime soon.
President Trump says the U.S. is considering very strong options for Iran amid deadly protests and an escalating government crackdown. CBS's Nancy Cordes.
The U.S. could beef up its support for the opposition, for anti-government forces, and President Trump said this weekend that he has already been in touch with the opposition.
CBS News Brief, I'm Jennifer Kite.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Police in Stratford are looking for the public's help finding a missing teen. 13-year-old Skylar Delgado was last seen on Saturday. She is a Hispanic female listed at 4 foot 9 inches and about 120 pounds with brown hair and brown eyes. She was last seen wearing a black jacket and black pants with white stripes. A new youth program in Bridgeport will address the mental health crisis experts say is being fueled by smartphones. Summerfield United Methodist Church is hosting the Youth with a Purpose program to help younger people disconnect from their devices. The 10-day workshop is free and helps kids identify the most important people in their lives. From there, program leaders encourage and give kids tools to connect with people closest to them face-to-face, opposed to via cell phone. Governor Ned Lamont is announcing that his administration is releasing $2.6 million in state funding to increase call capacity at 211. Operated by the United Way of Connecticut, 211 is a free confidential information and referral service that connects people to essential health and human services support. Additionally, Governor Lamont is releasing $6.88 million in state funding to support the continuity of services for homelessness prevention and response. The majority of funds will be used by providers in Connecticut that normally receive funding from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development's Continuum of Care program, which is the federal government's primary homelessness prevention program and has been indefinitely put on pause nationwide by the Trump administration. Connecticut Senator Richard Blumenthal is weighing in on last week's deadly shooting of Renee Good by an ICE agent in Minneapolis. Blumenthal said over the weekend, quote, "There needs to be an immediate independent investigation," referring to last Wednesday's shooting. Blumenthal, a Democrat, said there is, quote, "a strong feeling among congressional Republicans that this is the only way the full truth will come to light." He went on to say that, quote, "the American people deserve this investigation." Meanwhile, anti-ICE protests continue across the country and across the state. Demonstrations were held in Bridgeport and Fairfield on Saturday. Police were on hand, but both events remained peaceful. Trumbull Democratic State Senator Sujata Gadkar-Wilcox showed support for protesters, reiterating the need to stand up against the rhetoric of the Trump administration. Governor Ned Lamont and Lieutenant Governor Susan Bisowitz have both referred to ICE's actions in Minneapolis as murder.
All the people of the state and around the country were shocked and outraged by the killing of Renee Good, an ICE agent who aimed right into the open window, and she was killed.
What the governor and I want to say to the people of Connecticut is, please protest peacefully, do it in a peaceful way, because that is the cornerstone of our democracy, and we want to protect that.
Connecticut lawmakers are debating whether more legislation is needed to hold the actions of federal immigration agents accountable in state courts. Democratic State Senate Majority Leader Bob Duff told WFSB Channel 3 possible action may be required in the upcoming legislative session.
We're going to be looking at whether these ICE agents have violated the rights of individuals, whether they should be held accountable criminally in our state courts, not just federal court.
Channel 3 further reported that state Republicans that they contacted believe that ICE agents acted in self-defense in the killing of Renee Good last week. This past fall, during the special legislative session, the state legislature passed a bill limiting the actions of ICE in state courthouses, but Governor Ned Lamont has since expressed skepticism that any law could have prevented the events in Minnesota. And Connecticut is ranked as the fourth healthiest state in the country in an annual survey from the United Health Foundation. The rankings are based on multiple indicators, including social and economic factors, physical environment, clinical care, health behaviors, and health outcomes. According to the survey, New Hampshire is the healthiest state. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound accident remains between exit 34 and exit 33 over in the shoulder now. Everybody's slowing down for a look on 95 north. About an hour now from Greenwich to Fairfield. The Parkway northbound is a better ride. You have some congestion delays getting into Route 7 in Norwalk. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear, below near 30. Tomorrow is sunny with a high and low 40s. On Wednesday, partly sunny, a few showers, and milder with a high in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If Norwalk is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Now, I'll be the first to admit that some of these ICE operations in big cities, even in Minnesota, may be collaring people that might not be violent criminals. All right, I get that, and that's part of the controversy here. But I ask you this question. The mayor of Minneapolis, Jacob Fry, says he wants ICE to get the F out of his city. Okay, all right. So, by extension, I ask this. Because apparently the cops in Minnesota either don't have enough manpower or they're not getting certain people off of the streets, or because they have already served their prison terms or whatever, or are on parole, or are either on parole or probation. They don't want to engage again. Remember, you have these blue state governors and mayors saying no. Immigration is a federal proper. A federal proper. Okay. Here's a list of some of the people that ICE has arrested during its current operation in Minnesota. All right? I'm going to take a minute or two to read this. So these are, now again, they may be also going after people that maybe people think they shouldn't go after. I'll admit that. But when people in Lower Fairfield County are saying ICE out of Connecticut, or when people in Minnesota say, ICE out or abolish ICE, keep in mind, it's ICE and the local police, it's ICE going after these people, and the local police apparently not, or you wouldn't need ICE. Sridon Pavian, a Laotian national convicted of, I'm sorry I have to say this, but it is what it is. This is why ICE is going after this guy. A Laotian national convicted of strong-arm sodomy of a boy and strong-arm sodomy of a girl, as well as another aggravated sex offense, 9 counts of larceny, 4 counts of fraud, and a spate of other burglaries, drug, and theft offenses. And ICE had to go in and get this guy. Tu Vang, a criminal illegal from Laos, who has been convicted of sexual assault and sodomy of a girl under 13 and procuring a child for prostitution. It's the kind of guy a baseball bat was made for. Chong View, also from Laos, with convictions for strong-armed rape of a 12-year-old girl, kidnapping a child with intent to sexually assault her, and vehicle theft. Okay. Gabriel Figueroa Gama, a criminal illegal from Mexico who was previously removed from the U.S. in 2002 and later convicted of homicide, battery, assault, and possession of amphetamines. Abrisahid Adosh Elmi, a Somali national convicted of homicide. Abrisahid Mohammed Ahmed, a criminal illegal alien from Somalia, convicted of 2 counts of negligent manslaughter with a motor vehicle, 2 counts of DUI, larceny, and damage to property. And folks, keep in mind, blue state mayors and governors and police say, well, this is an immigration problem. This is not us. Okay, but you want ICE not to come in here. Okay. Gilberto Salguero Ladanda Verde, a Salvadoran national illegal immigrant who has been convicted of homicide 3 times. Mirama Sia Canu of Sierra Leone, who has been convicted of 2 counts of homicide, 4 DUIs, 3 counts of larceny and burglary. And Tai Lor, a criminal illegal from Laos with a final order of removal from June 15th of 2009, who has been convicted on 2 counts of homicide. There you go. But remember, they don't, some of the left, no, they don't want ICE. No, leave these people alone. They're good people. ICE shouldn't bother them. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC as we continue right here on Connecticut Today.
Ever notice that feeling your worst also seems to happen at the worst time in the worst places? Like sudden nausea at 9 p.m. when you're out of town. Really? Now? Fortunately, with Hartford Healthcare's HHC 24/7 app, you can get answers, diagnosis, prescriptions, even speak live with clinicians anytime, anywhere. So maybe there's never a good time to be sick, but at least the best care's always there. Download the app at your app store or hhc247.org.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text METER to 321-321 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text METER to 321-321. That's METER to 321-321.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound accident remains between exit 34 and exit 33 over in the shoulder now. Everybody's slowing down for a look on 95 north. About an hour now from Greenwich to Fairfield. The Parkway northbound is a better ride. You have some congestion delays getting into Route 7 in Norwalk. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC traffic.
Clear this evening and tonight with a low near 30. Tomorrow is sunny with a high in the low 40s. On Wednesday, partly sunny, a few showers and milder with a high in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You've got the questions. Paul has the answers. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, we had anti-ICE rallies all around the state, pretty much all the major cities, even the smaller towns over the weekend, and that's good. Hey, listen, get out there, voice your opinion, pro this, anti this, do it safely, like the lieutenant governor said, but apparently the White House is holding firm on this, in fact, saying that there's going to be more ICE agents and operatives sent to the Twin Cities in the Minneapolis area. Joining us right now with the very latest live from D.C., CBS News White House reporter Willie James Inman joins us. Willie, good afternoon, my friend. How are you?
Hi, good afternoon. Doing okay. How are you?
Not too bad. Crazy day. It's always nuts for you people in the White House press office. I mean, man, and I joke with all the other reporters too. And man, never a dull moment, huh? Especially when it comes to Minnesota, Willie. And it certainly sounds like DHS and the White House, they're doubling down here, aren't they?
Yeah, that's certainly the case. As you mentioned, they are sending more federal agents and resources to Minnesota. That, of course, is after the death of a woman who was there. Many people have seen the video, so I don't really have to describe it necessarily, but she was, of course, killed by an ICE agent who maintains, and the White House maintains, that he was protecting himself, that the woman used her car as a weapon, and the president and other officials continuing to back that ICE agent and continuing to push forward with this plan to crack down not only when it comes to ICE in Minnesota, but also fraud as well. With the vice president just last week, just days ago, here in the White House press briefing room announcing a special deputy attorney general, so to speak, to investigate fraud cases in some of these situations, especially as we've seen that play out in Minnesota.
And finally, Willie, during this whole thing, we've seen, especially with what you mentioned last week, the fraud investigation, kind of an elevated platform there for the vice president, J.D. Vance, hosting a couple of news briefings or taking a lot of questions himself.
Yeah, that's right. It wasn't on the schedule that day because I recall the schedule was pretty clear in terms of public events. The president had some closed events. The days are running together because I just got back from West Palm Beach. I followed the president over the weekend.
Wow.
And cover him. So J.D. Vance certainly elevating his platform when it comes to this particular issue. As I mentioned, it wasn't on the schedule for there to be a press briefing. Then we got word that Caroline Leavitt would be coming out. She didn't take any questions that day, but the vice president certainly having a platform could perhaps, if you're reading into the tea leaves of this, put your political hat on, which I know you do quite well for a second, this certainly would help elevate the vice president if he were to have those political ambitions for 2028, because we, of course, have seen Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who could be a competitor to the vice president on the world stage, taking several jobs within the administration. But this particular issue seems to be one that the vice president has taken on and been having a more public voice and being more vocal, especially when it comes to interacting with the press.
CBS News White House reporter Willie James Inman. Willie, thank you. Have a happy day. We appreciate the time. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thanks as always.
Appreciate it. Willie James Inman there. Yeah. So you've got a little bit of a higher profile now for J.D. Vance and also Marco Rubio. Speaking of higher profiles, one of the gentlemen who is running for governor on the Republican side, it is official now. Ryan Fazio, his campaign, saying today, Monday, as we speak almost, they have hit that $250,000 threshold. So that now qualifies Ryan Fazio for matching funds. So he, like Aaron Stewart, who announced it last week after fundraising for a long time, so right now, there are some tiers, not T-E-A-R-S, but tiers as in T-I-E-R-S, levels that both Ryan Fazio and Aaron Stewart have qualified for. I like this program in Connecticut. It's good. When the Citizens Election Funding Program first came about, and our pal Chris Caruso, who we hear from the end of the week every week, he was the main driver behind this. I was kind of like, if you can raise enough money, why should you have to rely on this special fund? But then I got to thinking about it, saying, well, maybe this really helps the campaigns because apparently there is the money for it. It's been around for years and years. And, in this case, when you look at it now, we're going into the third straight cycle where Ned Lamont and along with him in the previous cycles, you had Bob Stefanowski, you had Tom Foley back in the Dan Malloy days. You did have some pretty deep-pocketed people who were able to outspend anything that anybody could ever raise. So the notion of having to raise money to run for governor in the state, I like what the Citizens Election Program does. So because Ryan Fazio, as did Aaron Stewart, because they have now raised at least $250,000 in small donations and X amount of them, they get they each get now, Ryan Fazio and Aaron Stewart, they each get $3.2 million to wage, if it comes to this, a primary battle. Now, again, the state conventions are in May, I think. So if they both qualify for a primary, they will get from the state to run now this would only be for the Republican primary, $3.2 million. And then whomever between Ryan Fazio and Aaron Stewart. And I guess if Betsy McCoy gets in, she may self-fund. I don't know. But you get $3.2 million for the primary, and then whomever comes out of the primary, $15.4 million for the general election. Now, having said that, if this is close, and I think it's going to be close, I've said this before, I still think Ned Lamont wins. I do. But you never know. Once the campaigning begins, and you get two young, fresh faces out there, if you're looking at Aaron Stewart and or Ryan Fazio, do things swing and, get a little tighter? Remember, Ned Lamont spent about $25 million back in 2022. God bless him, it's his money. He worked for it, or family inheritance or whatever, or Lamont Cable Systems, his cabling company, whatever. He was in on the cable TV thing early, about 40 years ago or something like that. So good on him. But again, if it's close, he will spend like a madman toward the end. And listen, he has the opportunity to do that. But either Ryan Fazio and or Aaron Stewart will get $15.4 million and $3.2 for a primary, if there is a primary. So there you go. What Betsy McCoy does, who knows? Josh Elliott, by the way, the Democrat on the Democratic side, has, as our friend Chris Caruso said earlier last week, he said Josh Elliott's raised about, $80,000 or $85,000. That ain't going to do it. So we'll see. So there you go. We'll see. I guess the next domino to fall here is, in fact, if Betsy McCoy wants to run. The former lieutenant governor of New York under then Governor George Pataki. I guess she splits her time, between New York City and Greenwich, although a longtime Connecticut resident. She's also a host on Newsmax. One of her fortes, as I remember. And I think I spoke to her, not here, but years ago during the whole Hillary Clinton healthcare thing. One of her fortes is, in fact, the subject of healthcare, health insurance, paying for it, who pays for what. So we shall see. But again, the fear is among people who think that either Aaron Stewart or Ryan Fazio would be a better candidate to go up against Ned Lamont for the whole fresh face thing. There is a fear that, what Bob Stefanowski did to the nomination and the endorsement of Mark Boughton to be governor back in, 2018, and what Leora Levy did a few years back to win a primary against Themis Claridis could happen again here. Because, as I say every election cycle, never underestimate the power of people who vote in the Connecticut State Republican Party to screw things up. Because they will hear the candidates here and say, no, we want somebody even further right. Yes, because a lot of the Republican voters in this state, of which I am one of them, I'm a registered Republican. However, I don't live here in the state and vote in primaries thinking that this is Louisiana, Mississippi, or Alabama. Call me crazy, but traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound accident remains between exit 34 and exit 33 over in the shoulder now. Everybody's slowing down for a look on 95 north. About an hour now from Greenwich to Fairfield. The Parkway northbound is a better ride. You have some congestion delays getting into Route 7 in Norwalk. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low near 30. Tomorrow is sunny with a high and low 40s. On Wednesday, partly sunny, a few showers, and milder with a high in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Want to make 2026 your year of adventure? Book that trip and learn a new language with Babbel. Go ahead, make a resolution you can stick to. Now is the time. Babbel's New Year sale is here. Unlock all of the languages on Babbel with the lifetime subscription for 65% off. Just go to Babbel.com and start today. Babbel teaches you relevant words and phrases so you can start speaking with confidence in as little as 3 weeks. And because Babbel's bite-sized lessons fit easily into your daily routine and are easy to remember, you'll be talking like a local in time for takeoff. Dive into the world of language learning content with Babbel's videos, podcasts, and stories from around the world, full of culture bites and language learning tips. Turn your daydream into a destination this year with Babbel. But don't wait. This offer ends January 15th. Get Babbel's lifetime access for less at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
And I will admit that there are times, and I'm serious when I say this. I'm not saying this for effect. I am deadpan serious. I will reevaluate my positions on things. When I'm kind of driving by myself, nobody else in the car, I'm kind of answering the voices in my head. And a couple of days ago, I was like, yeah, are you sure you're right? You meaning me. Hey, Paul, yes. Are you sure you're right when it comes to these speed cameras and these red light cameras and the stop sign cameras? I said, well, let me see. And then this morning comes. And nothing quite like, nothing says, hey, it's Monday, it's a new week. Nothing quite says that quite like you minding your business in some tight traffic on I-95 southbound, coming out of New Haven and Long Wharf, along the curves, heading into West Haven Orange, and finally to Milford here in the station, and having a guy come up on your left, cutting in front of you, missing your front fender by about, a foot maybe, 8 inches, a foot. And the guy, now I was doing about 75. This guy had to be doing about 90. Typical to blacked out windows, a loud muffler, stupid aftermarket muffler. So, no, I'm not sorry. And you know what? Blank you.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. As the violence continues in Iran, there are direct talks now between the Trump administration and Iranian officials. CBS's Cammie McCormick with the latest.
A source with knowledge of the talks tells CBS News President Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff has spoken directly to Iran's foreign minister. Earlier today, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt told reporters that an Iranian government official had reached out to Witkoff with a far different tone than what's been seen publicly. The foreign minister had blamed the U.S. and Israel for the violence in Iran, insisting the unrest was designed as an excuse for Trump to intervene.
President Trump said yesterday on social media that there will be no more oil or money going to Cuba, a close ally of Venezuela. And today, Energy Secretary Chris Wright and another official say the current U.S. policy is to allow Mexico to continue providing oil to Cuba. CBS's Eleanor Watson also reports.
Venezuela is home to the largest known oil reserves in the world, but it's going to take years of repairs and potentially billions in investment before there are significant benefits from that supply to U.S. and Venezuelan citizens.
Federal prosecutors have opened a criminal investigation of Fed Chair Jerome Powell and the central bank's renovation of his Washington, D.C. headquarters. But in a video statement, Powell challenges the Justice Department's motives. CBS's Katrina Kaufman.
Powell says he's being accused of lying to Congress over the renovation of the Federal Reserve headquarters. Now, we haven't seen these documents yet, but he says that grand jury subpoenas have been served on the central bank. He says is that this is really about interest rates and the independence of the Federal Reserve. He says this is a much broader issue here.
Chicago resident Michael McKee, charged in the shooting deaths of his ex-wife and her husband in their Columbus, Ohio home, has appeared in court. His public defender telling the judge,
Mr. McKee believes that the most expeditious manner in which he may defend himself against the charges pending in Ohio and to plead not guilty would be to waive his right to an extradition hearing.
Which he has done, and McKee is accused in the deaths of his ex-wife, Monique Tepe, and her husband, Spencer. Thousands of nurses at several major New York City hospitals have gone on strike over workloads and workplace security. Hospitals say the union's demands are too costly. New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani supports the nurses.
They are not asking for a multi-million-dollar salary. What they are asking for is for their pensions to be safeguarded, to be protected in their own workplace, to receive the pay and the health benefits that they deserve.
Stocks up on Wall Street. This is CBS News.
Follow and listen to the official 48 Hours After Show post-mortem on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The Connecticut State employee payroll has reached $4.6 billion. The average salary is now approximately $95,000 per year after the combined pay has increased more than 30% since 2019. Meanwhile, the pension of a retired state employee is going up to more than $400,000 per year. In 2025, nearly 50,000 state employees made up the multi-billion-dollar payroll. A veteran of the Connecticut Fire Service died unexpectedly while off duty. Fire equipment technician Jason J. Kelly was an active duty member of the Bristol Fire Department since 2004. He was also a former captain of the Rocky Hill Fire Department Station Number 3. Fire officials said his wake and funeral arrangements will be announced later this week. He is survived by his wife and daughter. Connecticut's blood supply is in better shape today after more than 90 pints were collected Sunday in Middletown. Over 150 people donated blood at a drive hosted by the We Love You Foundation in partnership with the American Red Cross. Experts note winter is historically when donor numbers drop, largely due to seasonal illnesses. Organizers said the blood collected Sunday is being distributed to hospitals statewide. And the Huskies are rolling. The UConn men's basketball team notched their 12th win in a row over the weekend, beating DePaul on Saturday 72-60. UConn is the number 4 team in the country. They look to extend their win streak to 13 tomorrow night at Seton Hall. Meanwhile, the UConn women's basketball team is returning home following a big win on the road. Sarah Strong scored 18 points as the Huskies defeated Creighton 95-54 in Omaha Sunday. UConn is undefeated after 17 games this season. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound accident reported between exits 8 and 9. Parkway overall a little bit easier. 95 southbound side residual delays going between exit 34 and exit 33 because of an earlier issue that has been cleared. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. And that's Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and tonight with a low near 30. Tomorrow is sunny with a high in the low 40s. On Wednesday, partly sunny, a few showers and milder with a high in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Up and underway on this, what is it, Monday, January the 12th, 1/12/2026. And more numbers for you, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So all you folks, my dear friends, my dear centrist friends, center-left friends, far-left friends, out-and-out pinkos, I'm just kidding. It's a joke. Is your side in danger of making the same mistake they did post George Floyd? Remember that 2020 horrible video of George Floyd? I mean, that cop, Derek Chauvin, I think his name is, he's in jail. Good for him. Stay in jail and rot. You don't put your neck on your knee on somebody's neck for 9 minutes. Lord, no, I'm not a cop. Are you a cop, Paul? No, I'm not. But I'm not. But I interviewed enough of them afterwards and talked to cops I know. One cop I know, I talked to him. I said, "What do you think?" He said, "I couldn't believe what I saw." But if you remember, after that whole thing with Derek Chauvin, what did we get? Remember that? Defund the police. What? Defund the police? Oh, and everybody, a lot of people were showing up at these defund the police marches. I'm like, what are you, nuts? Look, somebody can be anti-Trump or on the far left, but, you know, when they call 911, they want somebody to get there. Defund the police. How about defund your brain? But the problem is now that I feel we're starting to edge there again with, we don't have defund the police now. We're seeing these marches. It's gone from 3 words down to 2, equally as dumb. You've gone from defund the police to abolish ICE. Now, I know there are going to be most people in Congress, even some progressives I heard on the weekend said, well, no, we can't abolish ICE. But then again, there were a lot of people who say, well, no, we can't really defund the cops because they're the last line. But again, you had the BLM crowd getting all crazy about it, and we had a lot of people that are painting the streets and all that. And now we find out that it was a bunch of garbage. And a lot of that money, not all of it, but a lot of it that went to BLM was abused. There are criminal proceedings now. So I was wondering today in figuring out what question I wanted to ask. So I asked this at facebook.com/voice of CT. Is abolish ICE about to become the new defund the police for 2026 and 2028? Think about that. Just when people who hate Trump, who hate MAGA, who hate J.D. Vance, who hate Stephen Miller, who can't stand Kristi Noem, who, don't like Marco Rubio, whatever, they're probably saying, hey, here we go, we got our shot now. And there are people on their side starting to percolate up with abolish ICE. Abolish ICE? What are you, nuts? So my question, it's political suicide. So again, do you think abolish ICE is about to become the new defund the police for 2026 and 2028? And the wonderful Chris Williams has been looking at our answers. Chris, what do you have for us?
Well, it's the same morons saying it, so yes, from Steve. Robert said Democratic policies are defund ICE, police, anti-Trump, pro-illegal, and pro-criminal, and no more need to hide the agenda. And Edward said if the Dems who love the open border have their way, the rest of us are interested in seeing the Biden mess cleared up.
There you go. So we will have that question up for you. We'll leave it up there. Is abolish ICE about to become? Because all you have to do is Google it. Don't give me, well, that's not really out there. Oh, yes, it is. Just put abolish ICE into your web browser and see what you get. So is abolish ICE about to become the new defund the police for 2026 and 2028? You tell me, all right?
For the latest news in Southern Connecticut, WICC is where you turn first on 600 AM and now 95.9 on FM. Hear your favorite live and local shows during the week. Melissa in the Morning, The Lisa Wexler Show, Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on both 600 and 95.9. plus more live and local news updates on weekends to keep you informed. You found the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, host of Melissa in the Morning here on the Voice of Connecticut, inviting you to join me tomorrow from 1 to 3:30 for an exciting event called Content Made. It's hosted by the Office of Statewide Marketing and Tourism at the New Britain Museum of American Art. Whether you create content or want to work with those who do, Content Made brings everyone together to share ideas, make connections, and create partnerships. Details at voiceofct.com, and come connect, collaborate, and discover at Content Made.
Nonprofits and service organizations, how are you planning on engaging donors in 2026? Well, I've got a great new way. Hi, I'm Christina Preet, lifelong Connecticut resident and founder of the free mobile app Shopping Anyway. Shopping Anyway is a one-stop shop platform to engage with existing donors and attract new donors to communicate your needs for items such as food and basic necessities, volunteers, and fundraising events you're looking to promote. Visit shoppinganyway.com. And for those looking to get more involved in giving back to their community, go to shoppinganyway.com to download the free app.
I tell you, these guys don't miss a beat. Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, and I'm talking about my friends at K&J Tree Service. They have aggressive winter discounts back for you to get in on. The snow may be falling, but so are the prices at K&J Tree Service. This winter, you can take advantage of K&J Tree Service's aggressive discounts. Whether you need tree trimming, removal, or stump grinding, they're offering aggressive winter discounts off of all of their services. They've got certified arborists ready to handle winter's toughest challenges with unmatched safety and efficiency. So don't wait for the thaw. Protect your property and your wallet right now with K&J Tree Service. Call them directly for a free estimate and unbeatable savings. K&J is there every step of the way during the entire process from start to finish, ensuring you are happy. And it starts with that free tree risk assessment we talk about all the time. K&J Tree Service has the staff, equipment, and expertise to keep your family, home, and property safe. Go to kjtreeservice.com and book that free assessment today. That's kjtreeservice.com.
A personal finance columnist came up with a list of regrets she hears from retirees. Guess what was on the top of the list? Wishing they'd had a plan for their retirement. And that's the kind of thing that David Gagnon talks about every week on his show, Mastering Your Wealth. Join him Saturday mornings at 8, right here on WICC 600. And be sure to check him out online at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
Your new customers are listening to the Voice of Connecticut. Become an advertiser and grow your business. You'll reach thousands of Connecticut consumers. Email sales@voiceofct.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound accident reported between exits 8 and 9. Parkway overall a little bit easier. 95 southbound side residual delays going between exit 34 and exit 33 because of an earlier issue that has been cleared. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. And that's Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low near 30. Tomorrow is sunny with a high and low 40s. On Wednesday, partly sunny, a few showers, and milder with a high in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Tell Paul what he needs to know. Text 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli. WICC 600 and 95.9. The Voice of Connecticut.
All right, we'll get back to open phones momentarily here at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Whenever we have stuff in the news that has to do with law enforcement, the role of police and or security on several levels, from international to national to state to local, we invite, of course, Ken Gray on, University of New Haven criminal justice lecturer. He has his thoughts, too, I'm sure, on the evolving situation in Minnesota. Ken, good afternoon. It's Paul here. How are you, sir? What's up?
Hi, Paul. Doing well. Glad to be with you again.
Ken, you've obviously, as I have and as everybody else has, and you and I talk about this all the time, the further away we get from sometimes tragic things, the more evidence we get. And sure enough, we went from no video to one video to 2 or 3 now, and the news agencies and the people who feel they want to make these things public now are making them all public. So, Ken, away from the political rhetoric, obviously, because we've been doing that here for hours, but from a law enforcement point of view, from what the victim may have seen here, from what the ICE agents did see, from what we know the ICE agent that fired the fatal shots saw, anything, Ken, as you've looked at these videos that sticks out to you?
Well, Paul, you're absolutely right that this is a politically charged situation where people on both sides of the aisle have settled on their interpretation very early on. You have to wait until you do the investigation, an officer-involved shooting investigation, and that involves doing interviews, collecting up any physical evidence, and collect up any videos that exist. And as you say, we've now seen several different videos to include the eye view of the agent himself that shot Good. And so these are considered under the deadly force policy to determine whether or not this was a good shoot. And the deadly force policy says that that deadly force is authorized when necessary. That whenever that you feel that you are at risk of death or grievous bodily harm, that you can use deadly force to protect yourself or another person from that action. But that as far as motor vehicles go, motor vehicles are specifically spelled out that says that you cannot use a firearm to stop a motor vehicle. You can use it if the person driving the motor vehicle is operating in such a manner that threatens to cause death or serious physical injury to the officer or others, and no other objectively reasonable means of defense appear to exist, which includes moving out of the way. And so the standard is the reasonable officer or reasonable person. That is not what this particular officer thought at the time, but what would a reasonable officer think given the same conditions, the same circumstances, and taking in the totality of the circumstances, but what is known to the officer at that particular moment.
Ken, and all of this that you just wonderfully laid out for us, what's the officer thinking? What else can be done? Oftentimes, though, Ken, whether it's this situation or other situations, we tend to have, sadly, 2 or 3 of these a year at least that get the high profile. Sometimes there's a half a second that the officer has to think, or maybe a second, not saying what he should have done or whether it was right or not. But one thing, Ken, you must shake your head at is when you hear, non-professionals who have really a little understanding into what you've just wonderfully laid out say, well, he should have done this or she should have done that. A little like Monday morning quarterbacking, I think, but what do you think?
Absolutely, Paul. You put your thumb right on it, is that this ICE agent had a second and a half to make his decision, that when the car was put into reverse and then stopped, and then driving forward, accelerating towards him, including spinning its wheels in the process of picking up speed. He had a second to a second and a half to make the decision to shoot or be hit. And so whether the driver was trying to turn around to miss him or not, you don't have to consider that. What you have to consider is, am I going to be hit? Do I need to take action to try to stop this? He was struck by the car. He fired the first round that went through the front of the windshield. So he was shooting to engage the driver, and he was shooting to engage the driver before he got struck by the vehicle. Now, he was not struck that it was not grievous harm to him. He was not killed or grievously injured by the striking of the vehicle, but that may be due to the fact that he fired his weapon.
Oh, okay. Ken, the other thing you've probably heard, and I was surprised when I heard this, and by the way, the guest is Ken Gray from the University of New Haven. Turns out, Ken, that I guess this ICE agent had another situation weeks back where during a vehicle stop, he was actually dragged by a vehicle for a pretty good distance. And Ken, there's some people saying, well, wait a minute now. If this was a police department versus ICE, maybe versus, your old service, the FBI, whatever, maybe that officer would not have been on active duty. He would have been given some time off, maybe because of PTSD worries. What are your thoughts on that?
So he very well may have been given some time off after he was struck. We don't know that, but it is true that he had been previously struck and drugged by a vehicle. And so that may very well have gone through his mind in that brief second to second and a half, is that here we go again, I'm about to be hit.
Mm-hmm.
That might have been a consideration on his part, but really a second to a second and a half is not much time to be able to evaluate every possible situation, to be able to determine, is this person in the process of turning her will to avoid me, or am I going to get struck again? That's all the things that we don't know at the time. But again, it's not what he was thinking. It's what, for deadly force, it's what would a reasonable officer be thinking at the time in that situation. You remove him from there. So his personal background doesn't really matter in this case. What would a reasonable officer do given the same circumstances in that particular situation? I know that I myself, if I were in that same situation, I probably would have shot also.
Really?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because he had a car coming directly at him at a very an increasing speed. And given that situation, I think that if I were in that same situation, I would see that as justified use of deadly force.
Ken, finally here, and I'm not surprised because I've been accused of, victim blaming here when I say this, but I don't think I am. And obviously, it is an abject tragedy to the 100th degree that this woman lost her life. But I watched one of those videos, Ken, and you probably did, and you can hear pretty clearly on the video, at least 3 or 4 times, when one of the ICE agents, before pulling any weapon, says, out of the car, get out of the car. And the minute I heard that, knowing what happened, I went, oh boy. Ken, I know, and I've talked to police officers before, I've talked to lawyers who handle these cases. They have all told me in some way, shape, or form, that's the moment when you don't get into a discussion about your constitutional rights, because things, right, Ken, they can only escalate. And I don't know, maybe there's, the attorneys for her family may talk about fear and whatever and freezing at the moment. But I don't know about you, Ken. I'm no criminologist like you are. But to me, when an armed law enforcement officer says, get out of the car, Ken Gray, I'm getting out of the car with my hands up.
Absolutely. You're right, Paul. There's another factor here in that she was out there with a group that were purposely trying to block ICE agents from doing their law enforcement job. She was using her weapon to block their progress, and they were alerting the neighborhood using whistles and horns, and she had been doing that all morning long. And then when this incident happened and they were ready to detain her because she had been parked there in the road sideways, blocking traffic, one group went over to pull her out of her car. That's when she backed up and then stomped on the gas and moved forward and struck the officer who chose to use deadly force to try to stop from being killed.
Ken Gray, always wonderful to get your input on these situations that are very tense and emotional, but good for your very detailed analysis. Ken Gray, University of New Haven Senior Criminal Justice Lecturer. Ken, always good to have you on, and I'm sure we'll talk about this again. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul.
All right, there you go. Ken Gray, all right. He said he would have, given the same situation, he would have pulled the trigger to. Wow. Yeah, boy, I got to tell you, it's like I told my son, though, when he started driving. I said, pal, I don't care what you did. Maybe you think it's really dumb, whatever the cop tells you, You say, yes, officer, and you do it ASAP. Traffic and weather together. News coming up from Chris Williams. All that and more on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound accident reported between exits 8 and 9. Parkway overall a little bit easier. 95 southbound side residual delays going between exit 34 and exit 33. The cause of an earlier issue that has been cleared. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. And that's Krause with WICC traffic.
Clear this evening and tonight with a low near 30. Tomorrow is sunny with a high in the low 40s. On Wednesday, partly sunny, a few showers and milder with a high in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Experience unparalleled customer satisfaction at Sono Collision, where our excellence in service meets top-notch repair to restore your beloved vehicles. When you choose us, you're choosing supreme expertise that ensures flawless results. Be it minor dent or major damage, our skilled team breathes life back into your car. Visit us today at sonocollision.com. That's sonocollision.com. Your car will thank you.
A cancer diagnosis comes with so many questions. Should you get a second opinion? What's the right treatment? How do you tell your kids? You don't need more questions in your life. You need world-class cancer care here in Fairfield County. That's why Stamford Health collaborates with Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, ranked number 3 nationally for cancer care. Your search for answers stops when our care for you starts. Stamford Health.
Billy, your gas light's on. We need to stop and fill up.
No way, Jen. Gas around here is too expensive. We can make it a little further.
Billy, listen to your big sister. You don't need to drive all over searching for the lowest gas prices. Do what I do and use Upside.
Upside?
Do you live under a rock, Billy? Upside is the hottest cash back app out there. It's free to download, and you get real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it all the time, and I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying the gas you have to buy anyway?
Yes, I'm looking at the Upside app now, and you can get up to a $5 cashback bonus on your first tank.
Okay, I'm stopping to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SUPPLY to get up to a $5 cashback bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SUPPLY to get up to a $5 cashback bonus on your first tank. That's code SUPPLY for up to a $5 cashback bonus.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Iran acknowledges mass protest deaths but claims the situation is under control, and President Trump leaves the option of U.S. military intervention on the table. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
He's made it quite clear he certainly doesn't want to see people being killed in the streets of Tehran, and unfortunately that's something we're seeing right now.
Fed Chair Jerome Powell pushes back after confirming that the Justice Department is threatening him with a criminal indictment. CBS's Scott McFarlane.
If you get yourself somehow ensnared in a criminal investigation, you've got to hire a lawyer, spend time, spend heartburn trying to fight those things back, and that sends a message to future critics to stay quiet.
Immigration raids ramp up in Minnesota, and so is the number of agents being sent there. CBS's Nicole Skanga is in Minneapolis.
There are more than twice the number of federal agents as police officers in the Twin Cities area. The number of DHS federal agents here on the ground close to 2,500.
CBS News Brief. I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Police in Stratford are looking for the public's help finding a missing teen. 13-year-old Skylar Delgado was last seen on Saturday. She is a Hispanic female listed at 4 foot 9 inches and about 120 pounds with brown hair and brown eyes. She was last seen wearing a black jacket and black pants with white stripes. Governor Ned Lamont is announcing that his administration is releasing $2.6 million in state funding to increase call capacity at 211. Operated by the United Way of Connecticut, 211 is a free confidential information and referral service that connects people to essential health and human services support. Additionally, Governor Lamont is releasing $6.88 million in state funding to support the continuity of services for homelessness prevention and response. The majority of funds will be used by providers in Connecticut that normally receive funding from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development's Continuum of Care program, which is the federal government's primary homelessness prevention program and has been indefinitely put on pause nationwide by the Trump administration. A new youth program in Bridgeport will address the mental health crisis experts say is being fueled by smartphones. Summerfield United Methodist Church is hosting the Youth with a Purpose program to help younger people disconnect from their devices. The 10-day workshop is free and helps kids identify the most important people in their lives. From there, program leaders encourage and give kids tools to connect with people closest to them face-to-face as opposed to cell phones. M&T Bank is closing branches in 10 Stop and Shop stores in Connecticut, citing, quote, evolving customer needs. On April 16th, branches in Hamden, Stratford, Simsbury, and Vernon will close. On April 30th, the Bridgeport, Milford, Westport, and Wilton locations will close. Branches in Torrington and Waterbury will cease operations later in the year. Stop and Shop said it is evaluating options for using the in-store space being vacated. Connecticut Senator Richard Blumenthal is weighing in on last week's deadly shooting of Renee Good by an ICE agent in Minneapolis. Blumenthal said over the weekend, quote, there needs to be an immediate independent investigation, referring to last Wednesday's shooting. Blumenthal, a Democrat, said there is, quote, a strong feeling among congressional Republicans that this is the only way the full truth will come to light. He went on to say that the, quote, American people deserve this investigation. Meanwhile, anti-ICE protests continue across the country and across the state. Demonstrations were held in Bridgeport and Fairfield on Saturday. Police were on hand, but both events remained peaceful. Trumbull Democratic State Senator Sujata Godkar-Wilcox showed support for protesters, reiterating the need to stand up against the rhetoric of the Trump administration. Governor Ned Lamont and Lieutenant Governor Susan Bisowitz have both referred to ICE's actions in Minnesota as murder.
All the people of the state and around the country were shocked and outraged by the killing of Renee Good, an ICE agent who aimed right into the open window, and she was killed.
What the governor and I want to say to the people of Connecticut is, please protest peacefully, do it in a peaceful way, because that is the cornerstone of our democracy, and we want to protect that.
Connecticut lawmakers are debating whether more legislation is needed to hold the actions of federal immigration agents accountable in state courts. Democratic State Senate Majority Leader Bob Duff told WFSB Channel 3 possible action may be required in the upcoming legislative session.
We're going to be looking at whether these ICE agents have violated the rights of individuals, whether they should be held accountable criminally in our state courts, not just federal court.
Channel 3 further reported that state Republicans that they contacted believe that ICE agents acted in self-defense in the killing of Renee Good last week. This past fall, during the special legislative session, the state legislature passed a bill limiting the actions of ICE in state courthouses, but Governor Ned Lamont has since expressed skepticism that any law could have prevented the events in Minneapolis. And Connecticut is ranked as the fourth healthiest state in the country in an annual survey from the United Health Foundation. The rankings are based on multiple indicators, including social and economic factors, physical environment, clinical care, health behaviors, and health outcomes. According to the survey, New Hampshire is the healthiest state. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north accident between exit 6 and 7 in the right lane. Further ahead, more congestion delays out of Westport going through Fairfield. Parkway overall is a little bit easier. New Haven, 95 south, you're on the brinks through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Traffic report is powered by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. You can reduce taxes you pay on your retirement income and keep the money you've saved with Bridgelight Financial Advisors tax saving strategies. Learn more at BridgelightAdvisors.com. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low near 30. Tomorrow is sunny with a high and low 40s. On Wednesday, partly sunny, a few showers, and milder with a high in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Where Southern Connecticut comes for the real story. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Great to have you with us at 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. More news coming up top of the hour. Another check of traffic and weather together. Hey, by the way, and look, the situation right now, because this is going to be the next situation coming up. And obviously the Iranian Connecticut community is watching this, all the Iranian citizens that live in the great state of Connecticut. Now, you watch, and I know, you may say this and say, oh, come on, you're just being partisan. No, I'm being observant here. I call it being observant and calling out the hypocrisy. Now, again, this is all, you're anytime there's a regime that may be on its way out, especially if it's, the regime that took over back in, 1978, 1979 with the Islamic Revolution there, and then we had the year and change of hostages released, I guess, as Ronald Reagan was getting inaugurated or right before or right after that. Things could get really nasty in Iran. They could. And the president is sitting there and he's warning the Iranians, if you start butchering citizens and people rising up, we're coming after you. Now, I have to laugh at the people saying, oh my God, Donald Trump with such incendiary language. Well, maybe this is what the mullahs there understand. Now, again, I'm no international expert on this, and you have the Sunnis and the Shias, and believe me, I've done shows on this for 40 years, and if this does get hairy toward the end of the week, I'm surely going to have some experts on. But I'm telling you to watch this. Trust me on this. Trust me on this. If the U.S. does anything, under whether it's Donald Trump or Pete Hegseth or Marco Rubio, that ends up benefiting freedom in Iran, now the whole thing could absolutely implode. I get that. I understand that. This whole thing could go up in a swath of big flame. But you watch, I'm telling you, if anything, as much as people hate him and can't stand him, some people, about half the country roughly, if it turns out that the people are finally lifted from under the thumb of the Iranian regime, and it won't be easy because the mullahs aren't going to go easy, and then there's the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, but if the U.S. is in any way responsible for that, the silence from the phony left-wing women's groups, and if you're watching on video now on Twitch or on YouTube, you can see me doing my air quotes. Picture the air quotes, ladies. Women's groups. Picture that. That allows women to dress as they actually want to again, as they used to dress before the Iranian Revolution. Look at pictures of Tehran in the 60s and 70s, up until the late 70s. Women weren't treated like pieces of meat in Iran. They weren't forced to wear hijabs and burqas and everything. So I'm telling you, if and when it happens, and I doubt it's going to happen because the Iranian mullahs will likely fight to the death, but there will be, trust me as I say this to you ladies, there will be a deafening silence from all the lefty progressive women's groups now and the pink hats and all those people. They won't, if Donald Trump has anything to do with freeing the ugly oppression that many women face in the Muslim world, especially in Iran, they won't say a word. In fact, some of those groups will come out, I predict, and say, How dare Donald Trump free women from oppression? We want our oppression. How dare that happen? Because they're all nuts. Now, again, the Iranians are not going to go easily. But you know it's bad when they've cut off phone lines and they've cut off internet. Now, we know what's going on. We know. We have satellites. We know what's going on. And I guess Elon Musk is speeding up another launch of those Starlink satellites to help with internet there. But you folks, you watch it. The left-wing nuts here in the U.S., they're going to get out there. They're going to protest. They're going to have like they had the No Kings protest. They're going to say, how dare Donald Trump take out a repressionist regime that belittled women. Come on, you know what's going to happen. And if the if one person at the UN says, hey, you know what, Trump helped us on this, he helped the Iranians become free, all the lefty women's types now, the pink hats, the million women, whatever the marches they do, they won't say a freaking word. Because you know what? They're all going to look back at other times in the past 20 or 30 years when we could have helped in this and we did squat.
Looking for complete dental care in one convenient location? Visit Columbia Dental in Norwalk. Their expert team includes a general dentist, periodontist, and oral surgeon. So whether you need a routine checkup and cleaning, dental implants, or wisdom teeth extraction, they've got you covered. Quality care all under one roof. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com.
Hi, I'm Melanie Miranda, owner of Apex Radon Solutions, your local certified radon mitigation company. January is National Radon Action Month, and radon is something every homeowner should take seriously. Radon is an invisible, odorless gas, and it's the second leading cause of lung cancer in the U.S. The good news, testing is simple. This January, Apex Radon Solutions is offering free radon test kits to help protect your home and your family. Let's see how low your radon can go. Learn more and request your free radon test kit at apexradonsolutions.com.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text METER to 321-321 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text METER to 321-321. That's METER to 321-321. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north accident between exit 6 and 7 in the right lane. Further ahead, more congestion delays out of Westport going through Fairfield. Parkway overall is a little bit easier. New Haven, 95 south, you're on the brinks through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Traffic report is powered by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. You can reduce taxes you pay on your retirement income and keep the money you've saved with Bridgelight Financial Advisors tax saving strategies. Learn more at bridgelightadvisors.com. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and tonight with a low near 30. Tomorrow is sunny with a high in the low 40s. On Wednesday, partly sunny, a few showers and milder with a high in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Always live, always local, and always with something on his mind. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And by the way, while I'm at it, talking about the phony, moronic, left-wing so-called women's groups, you know what's coming up tomorrow in the U.S. Supreme Court? Big argument as to whether or not transgender athletes, in other words, guys, biological men, masquerading as women, or girls can play with women's sports. Women's or college level women's sports or girls high school level sports. So the big argument that there's a law in West Virginia that says if you're a biological male, you can't play women's sports. And there's a lawsuit out of West Virginia, some transgender athletes. So that's being heard by the Supreme Court tomorrow. Big case, huge case tomorrow. By the way, and like I said, where are the pink hats? Wink, wink. Where's the Now Gang? Where's the Million Women March? Or moms care about this, or we love moms. When it comes to the biological males wanting to play sports against their daughters or granddaughters or whatever, where are they? Oh, they don't say a word, do they? You know why? Because they're all phonies. We stand for women's rights unless a biological guy wants to wrestle him or run track against him. I mean, you can't. You just can't. You can't script this stuff. There's a level of idiocy in a lot of America that you can't script. You could pay the best union script writers, SAG-AFTRA people in New York or L.A. And you still wouldn't get it. The new, I see this, Dave, hang on, I'm looking at CNN here because there's more ICE people going to Minnesota. The Dems are now using the phrase, there's a federal invasion going on. Well, wait a minute. These are people that are either violent criminal illegals or maybe people that shouldn't be here. I don't know. Again, the Democrats are walking into the same trap they walked into in 2020. You got to stop. You have to stop. Because there's a lot of people staying quiet watching this going, oh, they didn't learn from George Floyd and they won't learn from this. I'm telling you. There's a good article in the Wall Street Journal over the weekend examining, like, what is going on in Minnesota. That's like the epicenter of crazy right now. Dave in Brantford's here. Dave, how are you? What's going on?
Yeah, I do all right. Over the weekend, New Haven Register, Connecticut Post, there was a big front page story on Sunday called Position of Great Trust, which involved the hiring of school resource officers who are sometimes armed, but oftentimes the small cap headline, Connecticut schools hired ex-officers with history of misconduct.
All right.
And so the thing is, the hypocrisy just kills me. And so it was a very large story with a full-page stuff on the inside cover of the paper.
Right.
Ken Barone was involved in the story, and Gary Winfield, one of the loudmouth senators, state of Connecticut senators, whose main thing with the Connecticut Second Chance, that if you've got a criminal history, that it be nollied or expunged. Even a felony record. And he gets laws passed that if you want to sell marijuana or if you want any kind of employment, housing, or credit applications, you're not allowed to ask about past criminal involvement history. Eliminate the box, they usually call that. It's say, okay. But for police, he wants no limit on if you've had a investigation without a criminal prosecution. Let's say you were a police officer, and some of the examples they gave, you were involved in a gray area chase. And I say gray area because if it's a property crime, the police aren't allowed to get involved in any kind of a chase. But if it's a crime of violence, then you are. And so the gray area is, what about a strong-arm carjacking? Is that a property crime or is that a crime of violence? And then, the police officer gets involved in an investigation, and sometimes they just leave and take their pension without an adjudication. And so they decide, well, I'll become a SRO officer in the school because I've got the training and the proper use, how to control violence, incorrigible people. What I'm getting at is that it seems like it is authority at all levels. I know you were talking about no ICE officers in Connecticut. But these left-wing morons, it is authority of all kinds that they've got a particular hatred of. And so while your ordinary criminal that sells drugs and steals cars and, burglarizes, after 3 years, because we don't want to treat him too badly, he's got to live amongst us after all, we'll just expunge his record. You can't even ask about his criminal record. But if you're a cop, we don't want to ever forget. And that's what your very race-conscious senators in the name of equity, that would be Senator Gary Winfield out of New Haven. We ignore everybody's criminal history, but the cops, we don't allow them any wiggle room on what is essentially every encounter of a police officer is really a gray area,
And really, if it does, when you come right down to it, Dave, even on a minor thing, if there's not cooperation from both sides and a good encounter and an admission of guilt sometimes, every encounter could end up with somebody dead, really, when you think about it.
But your career is up in shambles if a racial slur, one of the things they talked about was a racial slur. Well, if I call you the N-word 5 times, that's pretty obvious.
Yeah.
If you've got dreadlocks, your typical thug hairdo, I could say that, and I call you, hey, Dreddy, can I talk to you? Did I just racially slur you, or is that simply a physical description? Hey, Mr. Dreddy. Dreadlocks, that's a thing. We all know what that is. In the absence of knowing your name, hey, buddy. Where
hey,
I
pal.
come from, that's hostile, man. Call me hey, buddy.
I ain't your buddy. I ain't your bro.
that's you started a fight.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's where you wanted to go, but the Democrats' hostility to enforcement of the rules of all kinds.
And now, did you see this, Dave? Now, all of a sudden, we have Bob Duff, Senate Democratic leader, saying, hey, they're going to pass more laws here in the state trying to criminally prosecute ICE agents. Oh, my God.
Well, that's my point. We love criminals of all kinds, unless they're the police. And then we cut them no slack at all. Thanks for letting me
All right,
on.
Dave, appreciate it. Dave in Brantford here keeps an eye on the stories. Yeah, I'll get into that next hour. I mean, now again, this is from Democrats. This is from Bob Duff's party, which says, well, we need to have a full investigation of what went on in Minneapolis, and he's right. We do. But then again, we're going to look at more law. More laws? You already have a third iteration of the Trust Act. Pretty soon, an immigration person won't be able to look at an illegal. Oh, he looked at him. Well, yeah, he looked at him with a racist glare. This stuff is. You sound pretty flip about this, Paul. Yes, because some of this stuff reaches a level that you wonder yourself, am I in some comedic vortex here? And I hope and pray somebody in the Capitol Press Corps grow a set, and maybe they haven't seen it, grow a set, right? Get some metallurgical fortitude below the belt there and ask the governor and ask the lieutenant governor, hey, you attended a rally the other day. In fact, let me get hold on, I want to be accurate here. Let me get here it is. In the Greenwich Free Press, Lamont and Dick Blumenthal and Mayor Simmons addressed the ICE Out for Good rally. So somebody please, or maybe when he's on with Melissa, or maybe when he's on with Lisa, somebody please ask Governor Lamont, so does he want ICE out of the state for good? Does he? Fair question, isn't it? I'm telling you, folks, this has every indication of being round 2 for defund the police. I'm telling you. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And if we had ever gotten really serious about immigration in this country, I had people over the weekend messaging me, what should the plan be? I don't know. Maybe the plan won't even be matter because we won't be serious about this. We won't. Because you know why? Immigration is now, and has been for the past couple of years, it's like abortion and it's like guns. Both sides can raise a boatload of money off of the same issues.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 north accident between exit 6 and 7 in the right lane. Further ahead, more congestion delays out of Westport going through Fairfield. Parkway overall is a little bit easier. New Haven, 95 south, you're on the brakes through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Traffic report is powered by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. You can reduce taxes you pay on your retirement income and keep the money you've saved with Bridgelight Financial Advisors tax saving strategies. Learn more at bridgelightadvisors.com. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low near 30. Tomorrow, sunny with a high and low 40s. On Wednesday, partly sunny, a few showers, and milder with a high in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
So, in total, how much would you say you lost in this scam?
I would say over $1 million. I worked really hard my whole life, and I wanted someone to share it with. I thought he really did love me, but he scammed me. It's not just the money. You almost lose a part of yourself.
Every year, older Americans lose hundreds of millions of dollars to romance scams just like this. I'm Connecticut Attorney General William Tong. With AARP, we're working hard to stop these scams before they start.
Visit aarp.org/fraudwatchnetwork.
Walk when they say you can't stand. Laugh when they say you won't speak. When you're recovering from a severe illness or injury, even the smallest tasks can be the greatest mountains to climb. But at Gaylord Specialty Healthcare, we're not just doctors and nurses and therapists. We're experts and specialists and leaders. And we do whatever it takes to make your recovery possible. Gaylord Specialty Healthcare. Think possible.
Outpatient therapy services now available in Fairfield and Guilford. Gaylord.org.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Oh, by the way, I apologize. I haven't gone to the text part of our system here. We do have a couple, 3 texts standing by. I just saw a new one. I can't read that one either. I tell you, the best text messages you folks send me are the ones that make me laugh, and I can't read them. But we'll talk about that as we come back. Also, our buddy, our good pal Terry Cowgill, joining us from the Connecticut News Junkie and Substack.com. Oh, and by the way, just as a service to you, because I know, unlike me, you actually have social lives on the weekend. But I sit there and watch some of the Sunday shows. So I have some segments yesterday. I think our only member of Congress that was on any of the big shows was our junior Democratic Senator, Chris Murphy, not happy with the Trump White House. And he is alluding to, and good on Kristen Welker on NBC. She asked him, hey, Senator, are we going to get another government shutdown?
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. Breaking news, the Trump administration is being taken to court by the state of Minnesota and the cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul. Minnesota Democratic Attorney General Keith Ellison.
We're here to announce a lawsuit we're filing against the United States Department of Homeland Security to end the unlawful, unprecedented surge of the federal law enforcement agents into Minnesota.
It comes 1 week after the shooting death of a Minneapolis woman by an ICE officer. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey says what is going on in the Twin Cities is not normal immigration enforcement. The Department of Homeland Security says it's surging more than 2,000 immigration officers into Minnesota and that it has made more than 2,000 arrests in the city since the push began last month. The Trump administration's criminal investigation of Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell, which Powell says is an attempt to exert more control over the Fed, has sparked backlash. Several Republican senators have condemned the Justice Department subpoenas of the Fed. Former Biden economic advisor Jared Bernstein.
I'm quite skeptical, and I think the evidence for the Department of Justice or President Trump in this case is so flimsy and so phony that I don't know if they'll be able to get a grand jury to even indict.
Bernstein, along with a number of other economic advisors and Treasury secretaries, denounced the investigation. Iran is experiencing nationwide anti-government protests, which have become increasingly violent. CBS's Stacey Lynn reports.
Reza Pahlavi is Iran's exiled crown prince.
The country is in full revolt.
He says unlike uprisings in the past,
this time people are on the streets to put a final end to this regime.
He says they're saying,
we are past condemnations, we are past resolution, we are past the stage of offering sympathy.
He says they need action, but the big question,
are we alone in this fight, or will this time the world respond to this brutality and come to their help?
Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
Paramount Skydance is suing Warner Brothers Discovery for more information as the CBS parent company pursues a hostile takeover of Warner Brothers. CBS's Jason Brooks has more.
Paramount Skydance CEO David Ellison sent a letter to Warner Brothers shareholders saying that his company wants the court to compel Warner Brothers to provide information that shareholders need in order to make a more informed decision. Warner Brothers board last week rejected Paramount's amended bid, urging shareholders to accept Netflix's bid, the board's belief that Netflix's bid offers greater certainty.
Former Trump advisor Dina Powell-McCormick is named Meta's president and vice chairman. This is CBS.
Follow and listen to CBS News Roundup on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Governor Ned Lamont is announcing that his administration is releasing $2.6 million in state funding to increase call capacity at 211. Operated by the United Way of Connecticut, 211 is a free confidential information and referral service that connects people to essential health and human services support. Additionally, Governor Lamont is releasing $6.88 million in state funding to support the continuity of services for homelessness prevention and response. The majority of funds will be used by providers in Connecticut that normally receive funding from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development's Continuum of Care program, which is the federal government's primary homelessness prevention program and has been indefinitely put on pause nationwide by the Trump administration. A new youth program in Bridgeport will address the mental health crisis experts say is being fueled by smartphones. Summerfield United Methodist Church is hosting the Youth with a Purpose program to help younger people disconnect from their devices. The 10-day workshop is free and helps kids identify the most important people in their lives. From there, program leaders encourage and give kids tools to connect with people closest to them face-to-face opposed to cell phone. And Connecticut's blood supply is in better shape today after more than 90 pints were collected Sunday in Middletown. Over 150 people donated blood at a drive hosted by the We Love You Foundation in partnership with the American Red Cross. Experts note winter is historically when donor numbers drop, largely due to seasonal illness. Organizers say the blood collected Sunday is being distributed to hospitals statewide. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, plan on an hour. Greenwich to Bridgeport, the lower Merritt will save the most time. New Haven, 95 south, crawling along through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Wilbur Cross is the easier option. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk. Conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and tonight with a low near 30. Tomorrow is sunny with a high in the low 40s. On Wednesday, partly sunny, a few showers and milder with a high in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. We've talked a lot about the Minnesota situation here. And over the weekend, a lot of our local leaders, both nationally, locally too, in Hartford, Ned Lamont, Richard Blumenthal, the mayor of Mayor Simmons there in Stamford, talking about their vision as to what they see regarding this tragic shooting. And again, obviously, we can all agree easily that this woman, Ms. Good, Renee Good, did not have to die, should not have died. But as this happened last week, and we talked about it more and more here on the program, I just knew that there was going to be, an all-out, I don't want to say overreaction, but people, to me, are not thinking. Now, there was a rally held over the weekend on Sunday, a group called Indivisible Stamford. I guess they were behind the No Kings rallies. Last time I checked, we still don't have a king. Organized an Ice Out for Good rally at Latham Park on Bedford Street, protesting the killing of Renee Good by an Immigration and Customs Enforcement officer last Wednesday. And the governor was there. The lieutenant governor was there. And because they were there and because they were speaking on that, are we to assume that they want ICE out for good? We to assume that or not? No, and I'm not trying to be a jerk here, honestly. You know that old thing that our moms and dads told us, be careful, it's all about people will judge you by the company you keep, right? We've heard about that, haven't we? So again, I'm all for people to protest, scream, yell, or whatever. But the governor goes to this rally, the lieutenant governor goes to this rally, and who knows, maybe they were told by their staffs, hey, you need to get out there, you need to, say something, Governor. Remember, wink, wink, nod, nod. It's an election year. But ICE out for good. Is this going to end up being, as I thought about this morning when I woke up and I was staring at the popcorn ceiling in my bedroom, I said, does this in any way, shape, or form turn out to be defund the police round 2? Let's have what the governor said over the weekend here, along with the Lieutenant Governor, Susan Bysowitz.
All the people of the state and around the country were shocked and outraged by the killing of Renee Good, an ICE agent who aimed right into the open window, and she was killed.
What the governor and I want to say to the people of Connecticut is, please protest peacefully, do it in a peaceful way, because that is the cornerstone of our democracy, and we want to protect that.
Now, kudos to the lieutenant governor for saying, hey, let's keep it peaceful, whatever. But Governor Lamont, come on, stop. You weren't there. You don't know how you would have reacted. And again, we've had people on both sides of the argument here saying what happened. But in a blue state, what am I supposed to expect, right? ice out for good. Now, not only do we want ice out because, hey, with crazy taxes, with a bad business environment, with out-of-control electric bills, I guess Bob Duff in the state Senate says, hey, let's not deal with any of those in the election. Let's go after ICE.
We're going to be looking at whether these ICE agents have violated the rights of individuals, whether they should be held accountable criminally in our state courts, not just federal court.
Hey, God forbid, Bob, you actually you don't keep ramping up the Trust Act over and over and over and over again to where there's no cooperation between local law enforcement and ICE. So instead of de-escalating the situation, they always talk about de-escalation on the left. Oh, let's de-escalate. All right. So where is one sane Democrat saying, hey, maybe we should work a little closer with ICE, maybe we should get together and say, but no, see, because then if they did that, you know what would happen? Their fundraising, their campaign cash, that would take a serious hit.
You're not always near your radio, but you still want to stay informed on Fairfield County matters. There are lots of ways to enjoy WICC beyond your radio at 695.9. Stream us free at work on voiceofct.com or on your smartphone by downloading our app. And now it's easier than ever to listen on your smart speaker when you say, play WICC. The voice of Connecticut is always live, local, and free, wherever you are.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Discover the thrill of archery at On Point Archery, Fairfield County's sole archery shop. Located off Exit 2 on Main Street in Norwalk, On Point Archery offers equipment and training for everyone, from beginners to beast. Enjoy unlimited memberships, perfect for honing your skills indoors and outdoors this winter. So whether you're lining up your first shot or going for the tournament win, visit On Point Archery in Norwalk or online at onpointarcheryct.com to learn more and make this winter like no other.
Need roofing, vinyl siding, gutters, or chimney repairs? Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local roofing expert since 1972. From cracked shingles to leaky chimneys, our certified technicians handle it all. We don't just install, we fortify your home for decades of protection. And right now you can get 0 interest, 0 payments for 24 months. Call today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Next up for Connecticut Superstar auditions, the Scratchers.
It's the first Tuesday of the month. It's time to scratch tickets, there's a bunch.
Stop. First Tuesday? Yeah, Connecticut Lottery releases new scratch tickets on the first Tuesday of every month.
First Tuesday. That's a yes for us.
New tickets, new prizes, new chances to win. It's the first Tuesday, so let's get scratching.
Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older. Problem gambling helpline. Call 888-789-7777.
Want to make 2026 your year of adventure? Book that trip and learn a new language with Babbel. Go ahead. Make a resolution you can stick to. Now is the time. Babbel's New Year sale is here. Unlock all of the languages on Babbel with the lifetime subscription for 65% off. Just go to Babbel.com and start today. Babbel teaches you relevant words and phrases, so you can start speaking with confidence in as little as 3 weeks. And because Babbel's bite-sized lessons fit easily into your daily routine and are easy to remember, you'll be talking like a local in time for takeoff. Dive into the world of language learning content with Babbel's videos, podcasts, and stories from around the world, full of culture bites and language learning tips. Turn your daydream into a destination this year with Babbel. But don't wait. This offer ends January 15th. Get Babbel's lifetime access for less at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, plan on an hour. Greenwich to Bridgeport, the lower Merritt will save you the most time. New Haven, 95 south, crawling along through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Wilbercross is the easier option. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk. Conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low near 30. Tomorrow is sunny with a high and low 40s. On Wednesday, partly sunny, a few showers, and milder with a high in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You've got thoughts. Share them with Paul. Text 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is back on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, so maybe, and our buddy Terry Cowgill is standing by, so maybe I said to myself on a couple of commercial breaks ago, seriously, I said, all right, maybe this is different, because it really is different than in some ways, both tragedies. I said maybe this is different than back in 2020. Wow, 6 years ago. The horrible George Floyd thing. Maybe they won't revert. Maybe, as bad, as dumb as defund the police turned out to be politically. Maybe they'll stay away from abolish ICE. I'm urging my Democratic friends to do that. And I swear to you, 5 minutes after I thought that to myself, because I'm constantly re-examining stuff I say and think, just to make sure I'm not doing anything overtly dumb here. Then I see this story. And please, my dear friends on the other side of the aisle, take a freaking breath. The chairman of the Democratic National Committee, Ken Martin, is now comparing, and I won't go into this, just you got to find it. He is comparing the U.S. to Iran. He claims Donald Trump is killing protesters. This is the head of the Democratic National Committee who is comparing the current state of the U.S. to Iran. Ask what percentage of the Iranian population would move here in a heartbeat if they could. Oh, take a breath. Are you that anxious to have a 2024 redux all over again? I don't know. I'm a bit winded. Terry Cowgill joins us. He of the Connecticut News Junkie and Substack.com. On Substack.com, look up his column, Red Meat for Mushy Moderates. Mr. Cowgill, thanks for joining us among all the crazy rhetoric. How are you, sir?
Yes, well, not bad. I heard you use the term, I believe it was overtly dumb, something like that. And I know, I mean, because you talk for a living, and I write and talk for a living, and if you do this for long enough, you're going to say something overtly dumb at some point, and you'll have to clean it up and. Hope that it hasn't been fatal the way sometimes this does happen with people who write and talk for a living. Yeah. They write something so horrible that's it. Their career is ended. So this is one of those occupations where you have to watch yourself all the time.
Yeah, and at least when I'm doing it here, Terry, and you may know because you've done plenty of radio, we have a delay system on here. And about once or twice a year, I will make the emergency hand motion to Chris, my producer, who you talk to, and he'll dump the last 15 seconds, and he'll say, well, nobody swore. I said, yeah, but what I said was really stupid. But anyway, we have a very serious situation here, and you have an excellent piece. The ICE killing in Minnesota, the Rorschach test that shouldn't be. Now, a lot of us know what a Rorschach test is, but brief some of us who kind of heard about it but don't remember, and I kind of agree with you on this, but what's your point here in the column?
Yeah, of course, the Rorschach test is that old ink blot test, where you show the same ink blot to different people, and they come up with different interpretations in terms of what it looks like and what it means to them. And I think that's exactly what happened with this particular officer-involved shooting, as I would call it euphemistically. Because I watched it, I tuned in I started turning on cable news about 3 hours after it happened. And I thought, this is going to be interesting to see how these things break down. And because I know when I go online, I'm going to see people from a certain political persuasion say the cop overreacted, and probably some of them will use the term murder. And then I know that I can go to the usual places like Fox, and I will hear them defending the police officer's actions. And sure enough, that's what happened. So, and one of the points of my column is you could take two perfectly intelligent people, put them in front of this video, and you could draw a straight line from their interpretation to their political predispositions. That's exactly what happened here. So I basically, I looked at it. I did not want to draw conclusions. I have law enforcement in my family. My brother-in-law was a police captain in a major metropolitan city in the United States. My son was a criminal justice major. He worked with the Connecticut State Police as a sort of an intern basis.
Wow, that's cool.
And he was a Marine Corps officer. So I don't take this stuff lightly, and I don't reflexively blame the police for things. But I looked at this, and I thought, you can make a case for the first shot when the officer is there, and it looked like maybe that car was going to run him over. The first shot went through the windshield. I thought, he could defend that in court if it came to that. But the second and third shots, while the car is clearly angling away from him, and he fires at her almost from a point-blank range right into the head, and then she drives away, and then he calls her, an F&B. And I just thought, I can't defend this. This is not a proportionate response. It did not look that way to me. So, but it really was a shocking thing. And, again, there are going to be more of these Rorschach tests as we go along. We've got midterm elections, and the heat is only going to increase.
And Terry, and I kind of clued you in, I was going to mention this. Look, if you look back at the George Floyd thing, maybe not, surprisingly in Minneapolis, 5 or 6 years ago, the political aftermath of this yielded one of the dumbest things. And when I saw this, I started to hear from my progressive yet centrist-leaning friends saying, oh, no, defund the police, no. And my fear, Terry, is the Democratic Party, which is currently in kind of a struggle now, but that's good. All parties should wrangle with who they are. Abolish ICE. And I even had some rather progressive friends of mine online say to me, listen, I don't agree with a lot of what you're saying, but yeah, abolish ICE is not a good idea. So, Terry, I've always said, especially in things like this, we tend to lose our sense of proportionality here. And as heinous as this is, and as heinous as George Floyd was, we need to take a step back, try to all work together on this, because, Terry, look, I'm no James Carville here, but I know abolish ICE ain't going to work.
No, it's not going to work. I think defund the police or abolish the police, if that was the intent of the phrase, is far worse than abolish ICE, because up until 20 years ago, there was no ICE, and America survived somehow. So if you were to say abolish ICE, I don't really think that would be the calamity that everybody seems to think it was. Now, getting rid of the police is another story entirely, because, everybody wants, even people who don't like the police, they want the police when they're really in trouble, So everybody needs it. Nobody calls ICE. I don't think anybody calls ICE in terms of an emergency or something like that. But man, I hope there aren't more incidents like this where the temperature just gets ratcheted up and people start shouting at the top of their lungs. It did not help, by the way, that both the president and the Homeland Security Director, Kristi Noem, came out with statements very quickly, within 2 hours, that were full of misinformation. That did not help the situation at all. So I hope that our leaders can also exercise a little more responsibility. They're supposed to be better than just the general public in withholding their opinions until all the facts are out. But in this case, that was an epic fail, in my opinion.
Yeah, and Terry, in about the 30 seconds we have left, I don't know about you, but I think one thing that might diffuse this is if the wall between these local police, mainly in blue areas of the country, who are told, hey, you cannot work with ICE, even on the worst of the worst. That's got to come down a little bit. And the only way I think that's going to happen, Terry, is that both sides say, okay, who do you want to come? Tell us who you, and we'll go with you. You know what I mean? I think there are some procedural things that could work here. And if some of these cities and towns, like what do we have, like the fourth iteration of the Trust Act here in the state? I just think that even people who want undocumented to stay in the country and build and grow, they want the bad people really out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they do. But I mean, in terms of ICE being in the cities, I think it would help if they were better trained. I know that they had a training period of about 6 months up until about a year, the time that Donald Trump took office the second time. They reduced the training period from 6 months to 47 days because they needed to hire ICE agents so quickly. And whenever you do that, that means you're going to have the ICE new hires. The ICE agents are going to be poorly trained, and that's never a good thing to have people with guns in their hands who are poorly trained.
No. Terry Cowgill, check out his stuff on the ConnecticutNewsJunkie.com and Substack.com. Red meat for mushy moderates. Terry, thanks. Be good, and we'll chat next week about this time. Thank you, sir.
Very good. I look forward to it. Thanks,
all right.
Paul.
Terry Cowgill, thank you, sir. All right, let's get a little business done. And coming up on the other side of the news, or as Paul Harvey used to say, the news, I've got a couple of segments of one Mr. Chris Murphy.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, plan on an hour. Greenwich to Bridgeport, the lower Merritt will save you the most time. New Haven, 95 south, crawling along through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Wilbur Cross is the easier option. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk. Conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and tonight with a low near 30. Tomorrow is sunny with a high in the low 40s. On Wednesday, partly sunny, a few showers and milder with a high in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Yale New Haven Health's Heart and Vascular Center delivers the pioneering science of Yale School of Medicine, like groundbreaking research that helped redefine the international guidelines for treating heart failure, and a new procedure to detect coronary microvascular disease, often misdiagnosed in women. Yale New Haven Health and Yale School of Medicine. Together, we're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
Hi, I'm Peter from Donut Delight. Donut Delight has used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 1994. From installing plumbing in our new stores to maintaining our existing stores and our personal homes. Their guys have always been very professional and great to work with. Donut Delight has been very happy with Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Fed Chair Jerome Powell says the Justice Department served subpoenas to the Fed over its headquarters renovations. He challenges the DOJ's motives, and CBS News contributor Javier David says for investors,
it really is a fight over
central bank independence, central bank policy. Even if people are dissatisfied, they don't like the appearance that this is a politically driven motivation.
The Dow and S&P 500 have ended at records despite Fed independence concerns. As deadly protests grow in Iran, exiled Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi tells CBS's Nora O'Donnell.
They demand a change of regime. They want to take this regime down. They are bravely confronting, unarmed, a regime that has used brutality in complete darkness.
President Trump says no more oil or money to Cuba. CBS's Eleanor Watson.
Cuba has countered President Trump's threat, saying it will import fuel from wherever it wants, and Venezuela is the largest supplier of oil to Cuba.
CBS News Brief, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Police in Stratford are looking for the public's help finding a missing teen. 13-year-old Skylar Delgado was last seen on Saturday. She is a Hispanic female listed at 4 foot 9 inches and about 120 pounds with brown hair and brown eyes. She was last seen wearing a black jacket and black pants with white stripes. A veteran of the Connecticut Fire Service died unexpectedly while off duty. Fire equipment technician Jason J. Kelly was an active duty member of the Bristol Fire Department since 2004. He was also a former captain of the Rocky Hill Fire Department, Station Number 3. Fire officials said his wake and funeral arrangements will be announced later this week. He is survived by his wife and daughter. The Connecticut State employee payroll has reached $4.6 billion. The average salary is now approximately $95,000 per year after the combined pay has increased more than 30% since 2019. Meanwhile, the pension of a retired state employee is going up to more than $400,000 per year. In 2025, nearly 50,000 state employees made up the multi-billion-dollar payroll. Connecticut Senator Richard Blumenthal is weighing in on last week's deadly shooting of Renee Good by an ICE agent in Minneapolis. Blumenthal said over the weekend, quote, "There needs to be an immediate independent investigation," referring to last Wednesday's shooting. Blumenthal, a Democrat, said there is a, quote, "strong feeling among congressional Republicans that this is the only way the full truth will come to light." He went on to say that the, quote, "American people deserve this investigation." Meanwhile, anti-ICE protests continue across the country and across the state. Demonstrations were held in Bridgeport and Fairfield on Saturday. Police were on hand, but both events remained peaceful. Trumbull Democratic State Senator Sujata Gadkar Wilcox showed support for protesters, reiterating the need to stand up against the rhetoric of the Trump administration. Governor Ned Lamont and Lieutenant Governor Susan Bisowitz have both referred to ICE's actions in Minnesota as murder.
All the people of the state and around the country were shocked and outraged by the killing of Renee Good, an ICE agent who aimed right into the open window, and she was killed.
What the governor and I want to say to the people of Connecticut is, please protest peacefully, do it in a peaceful way, because that is the cornerstone of our democracy, and we want to protect that.
Connecticut lawmakers are debating whether more legislation is needed to hold the actions of federal immigration agents accountable in state courts. Democratic State Senate Majority Leader Bob Duff told WFSB Channel 3 possible action may be required in the upcoming legislative session.
We're going to be looking at whether these ICE agents have violated the rights of individuals, whether they should be held accountable criminally in our state courts, not just federal court.
Channel 3 further reported that state Republicans that they contacted believe that ICE agents acted in self-defense in the killing of Renee Good last week. This past fall, during the special legislative session, the state legislature passed a bill limiting the actions of ICE in state courthouses, but Governor Ned Lamont has since expressed skepticism that any law could have prevented the events in Minneapolis. M&T Bank is closing branches in 10 Stop & Shop stores in Connecticut, citing, quote, evolving customer needs. On April 16th, branches in Hamden, Stratford, Simsbury, and Vernon will close. On April 30th, the Bridgeport, Milford, Westport, and Wilton locations will close. Branches in Torrington and Waterbury will cease operations later in the year. Stop and Shop said it is evaluating options for using the in-store space being vacated. Connecticut is ranked as the fourth healthiest state in the country in an annual survey from the United Health Foundation. The rankings are based on multiple indicators, including social and economic factors, physical environment, clinical care, health behaviors, and health outcomes. According to the survey, New Hampshire is the healthiest state. And the Huskies are rolling. The UConn men's basketball team notched their 12th win in a row over the weekend, beating DePaul on Saturday 72-60. UConn is the number 4 team in the country. They look to extend their win streak to 13 tomorrow night at Seton Hall. Meanwhile, the UConn women's basketball team is returning home following a big win on the road. Sarah Strong scored 18 points as the Huskies defeated Creighton 95-54 in Omaha Sunday. UConn is undefeated after 17 games this season. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, about an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The lower Merritt will save you the most time. New Haven, 95 south, congestion delays heavy through Longworth into West Haven. And on 84 eastbound, bunching up a little bit through Danbury into Route 7. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low near 30. Tomorrow is sunny with a high and low 40s. On Wednesday, partly sunny, a few showers, and milder with a high in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If Stratford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, open phones if you want to slide on in here, but I'll give you a little bit of this because you were probably busy with a nice social life, a nice family life over the weekend, as opposed to me who was tracking all this stuff for you. But believe me, I love it. I get paid to do it. It's all good. Connecticut Junior U.S. Senator Chris Murphy, kind of running for the presidency, although not declared. He's got a boatload of money. He's showing up at about 1% or 0.5% in some of the polls. It's early, though, way early for 2028. He was on NBC's Meet the Press with Kristen Welker, and they talked about a bunch of stuff, including, let me make sure I got the right cut here for you, including, another, by the way, hey, we're 18 days away from another government shutdown. How about that, huh? All right, let's do that. Let's shut it down once again because the first time in September worked so well. But I digress. Kristen Welker, good question here. She's actually good. I like her. She said, hey, are you willing to shut the government down if the Homeland Security budget doesn't mandate certain rollbacks or certain behavior by ICE? Now, remember, I told you about this last week. This was first reported in Axios that Chris Murphy is trying to get some like-minded Democrats to do this. Apparently, Chuck Schumer wants nothing to do with this. Can you blame him? So, shutting down the government over ICE, what do you think?
You're not ruling out a potential government shutdown over this battle for DHS reforms.
That's a decision for Republicans.
But you don't rule it out.
They control the House, the Senate, and the presidency. If they don't want to work with Democrats and shut down the government, that's up to them. And
by the way, see, this is a trick Chris Murphy uses. And good for Kristen Welker saying, well, wait a minute, you're rumored to want to shut the government down. No, it's the Republicans. But this is a little three-card Monty thing he does here. Well, they're shutting the government down if they don't agree with us. Jeez. Come on, Chris.
You're not ruling out a potential government shutdown over this battle for DHS reforms.
That's a decision for Republicans.
But you don't rule it out.
They control the House, the Senate, and the presidency. If they don't want to work with Democrats and shut down the government, that's up to them. And by the way, the last time the government shut down, everybody in the country knew that it was Republicans that caused it.
Well, some Democrats have been calling for years to abolish ICE, and those calls have been raised and amplified, quite frankly, again this week. Would you support, in the wake of this shooting, abolishing ICE?
Well, of course you need a domestic enforcement mechanism for the immigration laws of this country. But the way in which ICE is operating today is inhumane and illegal. They rounded up a 16-year-old kid in Meriden, Connecticut, weeks before he was about to graduate, in the country legally, put him in detention for 6 months, and he got let out right before Christmas because the administration wouldn't even show up in court to defend what they had done. I mean, that is happening thousands of times over in this country. Peaceful, legal immigrants being put in detention. That's not a system that anybody in this country wants to fund.
All right. So listen, he makes a point there. So again, this is going to have to happen when Democrats or Republicans get together and say, well, okay, now maybe, as I said, maybe one thing Senator Murphy might do if he wants to get ICE to back off a little is said, well, wait a minute now. If I were the Republicans, I would say, all right, Senator, all right, Chris, listen, good on you here. What can you do to make these blue states, like your home state of Connecticut, and other areas like Minneapolis, make them stop reflexively saying we ain't working with ICE? At least say, hey, for the worst of the worst of the worst, we're going to team up with you. We know the neighborhoods, you don't, whatever. Right? It can be done. But then again, if Chris Murphy says something like that, his progressive base is going to go ape you know what. All right. He sounded somewhat logical on that. Now, good for Kristen Welker here because she found a couple of previous social media posts regarding Chris Murphy and Venezuela. Remember, I read a couple of these? Murphy from 5 or 6 years ago. Well, if Trump had any guillones, he should get rid of Maduro. Oh, really?
Let me ask you about Venezuela. You have called Nicolas Maduro an illegitimate leader, and in 2019 you wrote, quote, getting rid of Maduro is good for the United States. Is Venezuela now better off without Nicolas Maduro? Do you give the Trump administration some credit for that?
So Maduro is an illegitimate leader. Putin is an illegitimate leader. That doesn't mean that it's good policy to invade those countries. What we have seen over and over is that American military hubris, thinking that we can impose a political reality on a foreign country by force, ends up making us less safe. So, yes, I thought that it was important for America to pursue a diplomatic strategy with our Latin American allies to try to force elections in Venezuela. So,
yeah, I'm sure the diplomatic strategy with a leftist dictator, Senator, how well does that work?
As to allow the Venezuelan people to move Maduro out of power. I have never supported an invasion of Venezuela because I think...
But is the country better off?
Well, apparently, this new person in charge, Delcy Rodriguez, is imposing a brutal crackdown on the Venezuelan people that's worse in some ways than what Maduro did. So for the Venezuelan people, nothing has changed. All that seemingly has changed is that American oil executives are going to get access to greater amounts of profit out of Venezuela. So this has never been about, Venezuela is not about American national security interests. It's about what's best for Trump's Mar-a-Lago oil industry buddies.
There are a couple of Venezuelan influencers posting on social media, and they said something to the effect, and I said, geez, I never thought about that. A couple of people in Venezuela said to people in Congress and the U.S. and the people, and I'm paraphrasing here, they basically said, do you not know that a lot of our oil is going to Cuba, North Korea, Iran, basically enemies of democracy. And a couple of these influencers said, so is it not better that it goes to the United States? So, again, now this is where, as logical as Murphy sounds sometimes, well, it's only going to go to Wall Street. Well, where would you, Senator, with all due respect, you see the intelligence. Do you not? There was a big story in the Wall Street Journal over the weekend about how there's a network of illegal off-the-screen oil tankers schlepping around oil that's supposed to be sanctioned. Oh, but oh my God, it might it might end up helping Wall Street. Oh, so what?
Safety, security, control, just some of the reasons to call Nick and his team at Property Protection Consulting. Hey, it's Melissa, and I use PPC for our doorbell cameras, smart thermostats, and surveillance cameras because they make my home and family feel safe and secure. Plus, everything is easy to operate. It's all on one app, and if something goes wrong, somebody from the team comes out right away. For security systems for your home or business, book a complimentary consultation with locally owned Property Protection Consulting at ppcalarms.com. Tell them Melissa sent you.
Nonprofits and service organizations, how are you planning on engaging donors in 2026? Well, I've got a great new way. Hi, I'm Christina Preet, lifelong Connecticut resident and founder of the free mobile app Shopping Anyway. Shopping Anyway is a one-stop shop platform to engage with existing donors and attract new donors to communicate your needs for items such as food and basic necessities, volunteers, and fundraising events you're looking to promote. Visit shoppinganyway.com. And for those looking to get more involved in giving back to their community, go to shoppinganyway.com to download the free app.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season. I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text METER to 321321 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text METER to 321321. That's METER to 321321.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, about an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The lower Merritt will save you the most time. New Haven, 95 south, congestion delays heavy through Longworth into West Haven. And on 84 eastbound, bunching up a little bit through Danbury into Route 7. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and tonight with a low near 30. Tomorrow is sunny with a high in the low 40s. On Wednesday, partly sunny, a few showers and milder with a high in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Whatever's on your mind, put it in a text and send it to Paul. 203-333-9422. WICC 695.9. The voice of Connecticut. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
The lefties are still coming at me. Not here on our station side, but earlier today I'm saying to myself, stop doing this. Just stop it. You know, I'm sitting there like, leave it for the radio show, but no. In the morning, there was a post from the Wall Street Journal, and the Wall Street Journal did a very good story titled "Videos Show How ICE Vehicle Stops Can Escalate to Shootings." Okay. So I'm going to read you my comment verbatim that is driving some, and yes, the Wall Street Journal does attract some lefty, readers. Here's my reaction to what I read here. Ready for this? This is what I'm getting killed about here online. I said, quote, "If any law enforcement officer, federal or otherwise, is pointing a gun at me for any reason, I'm doing exactly what that officer is telling me to do as quickly and compliant as possible. I'll leave the Constitutional Law 101 class for later." Okay? Because I'm ad-libbing now. My goal is not to get shot. Okay? So, I can't read half of the stuff on here. But here's the latest response to me saying, "Hey, you got a gun? You're pointing it at me? Whatever you like. Hands up, window down. What do you want me to do? Want me to get out of the car slowly? Whatever." Okay. This person, I'm not going to give a name, person says, "Paul, cool. Now take the boot out of your mouth." See, the left has this boot-licking fetish. Whether it's a jackboot thing, maybe it's another Nazi illusion. I don't know. take the boot out of your mouth and advocate for putting cops like that in prison where they belong. See, this is the part progressives don't get. They're always looking for legal which is fine. Legal recourse, this and the other. Put that person in prison. Okay, I'm not going to argue that. But if I was in that position, my first thought would not be to stop in the middle of the street like sadly this woman did and start to wave at cops. Hey, bro, calm down. Her wife got out and said, no. You're dealing with people with guns. You're dealing with people who have firearms, and those firearms are human beings. And sometimes if you poke a bear the wrong way, doesn't mean you deserve to die. But if you don't say to yourself, hey, this isn't a game here. Look at her and look at him, man. They got ARs. They got, I don't know what the sidearm is. It's about 9mm, I guess. But again, now we it's the taunting and it's the video and everything. Oh my God, you people. It doesn't mean she deserved to get shot. But then again, if that was me and I got shot, I'm sure there'd be people saying, geez, I thought Paul was smarter than that. Here's somebody with a little bit more common sense. Paul, I cannot disagree with your statement, but it doesn't make what happened okay. I'm not saying it made it okay. Law enforcement officers should be attempting to de-escalate the situation, not escalate it. Well, man, this woman that wrote me here, Cindy, you know who can de-escalate the situation like I did a couple of times with the cops? Hi, officer, what's up? Here are my hands. We have, and I don't know whether this started in the 50s or 60s. One of our callers brought this up earlier. The adversarial relationship between law enforcement, federal and local, is mind-numbing. You want to go there and protest. You don't have a right to put a vehicle in the middle of the road, and by doing that, you are increasing the chances that something bad may happen. You're not dealing with a computer. You're dealing with people who have guns who are already looking at other groups of people out of the corner of their eye. I'm sorry if people don't like to hear that, but that's the truth when human beings are involved. Oh, my God. Jack in Stamford wraps us up today. Jack, how are you?
Outstanding.
Thank
Doing
you.
really well.
And
And
good for
yourself?
I'm good. I can't complain. No, it's all good. I'm alive, and I do what the cops tell me to do. I've been pulled. People say, "Oh, what do you know?" I've been pulled over in my life between speeding and tickets, and this probably about 15 times. I did exactly what the cop told me to every time.
Yeah, but that was back when Barney Fife and Andy Taylor were doing it.
Oh, no, a couple of these cops were itching for something, and I just smiled and said, what can I... Oh, you were speeding. Yes, officer, I was. Yes, thank you. I understand.
Yeah, you were chasing me, so I had to get away.
Well,
but, you should reach out there to Senator Murphy. I'd love to take a look at his tax return and let's see what he's got on Wall Street. You know, the wealth accumulation phrase days from a guy that was bankrupt and everything.
Yeah, remember when he missed a payment on his mortgage and he almost lost because of it? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, all those, but I just want to see the wealth accumulation. I want to see what he has now, et cetera, see how many oil companies involved in and what other insider trading he's doing, et cetera. You know, but we know it's all the shtick for him there, et cetera, because he's going to try and get president. But I don't know. I just don't see it happening.
Yeah, well, interestingly, Jack, and you're right. He apparently, if Kamala Harris had won, he apparently was on the short list to be Secretary of State.
Well, you know, that's all right. I don't know how internationally it was or stuff, but...
hey, by the way, before I let you go, how did we do over the weekend? We got anything tonight? What do we got over the weekend?
Yeah. What do we got? We did New England, we did Buffalo, so that's fine right there. All right. I'll look at it. Could be game decision.
Game time tonight?
I think I'm going to go for, it could be Pittsburgh, I think.
The old man. Got to love the old man. He's getting it done, right?
I know.
Right.
Hey, but now we got there's 6 or 7 coaching positions open.
I put in my application. Yeah. Hey, Jack, you'll love this. I'll leave you with this one. Dearly departed cousin of mine years ago. He said when he was growing up, he got his car washed and he was driving it home and he was driving a little fast, and cop pulls him over in New Haven, and he says, "Hey, you were doing so and so. What are you doing here?" He said, "I looked at the cop and said, I just got the car washed. I was drying my car."
Yeah.
And he says, "You know what?" The cop laughed, and thank you, Jack. I appreciate it. The cop laughed, but he still gave me the ticket. He said, "That's good, but you're still getting my cousin Johnny, my dearly departed cousin Johnny." I said, "You didn't." He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "What I was doing." I said, "Where were you?" He goes, "On the boulevard in New Haven. A lot of people know where that is, isn't it?" I said, "How much were you doing?" He said, "About 65. I said, "Really?" He goes, "Yeah, I was drying the car. The car wash didn't have anybody drying the car." That's great. I got to try that once. All right, let's wrap it up. Traffic and weather together on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, about an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The lower Merritt will save you the most time. New Haven, 95 south, congestion delays heavy through Long Wharf into West Haven. And on 84 eastbound, bunching up a little bit through Danbury into Route 7. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low near 30. Tomorrow is sunny with a high and low 40s. On Wednesday, partly sunny, a few showers, and milder with a high in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
This right here, this is a call to the ones who don't back down, to the risk takers who defied the warnings, to the ones who lost sleep in pursuit of a dream, to all the nut jobs who mortgaged the house and the crazies who bet the farm to start up a business. We want to be your next partner, because no matter how far you've come or how much you've grown, there's always the next chapter, the next level. And now, there's the next rodeo. The Next Rodeo is a creative partner that brings world-class thinking to companies with grit, heart, and hustle. Companies just like yours. The Next Rodeo. The difference between the business you have and the business you want is one great idea. Get the full story at thenextrodeo.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart Sellers Ask. Is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, hey, coming up tomorrow, I think I'm going to have our buddy, our pal, right here on the program. Our buddy, our pal, Mike O'Neill from the Conservative Landmark Legal Foundation. A big, huge case. Probably the case that will define the transgender athlete controversy in this country. There's a West Virginia law, I believe, that says, listen, if you're a biological male, you cannot participate on sports teams with biological women or young girls or whatever, because biology counts for something. And this person, I guess, a transgender athlete is challenging this. Connecticut simply, the CIAC hides behind the state anti-discrimination laws. I've never was able to get him on the show to talk about this, so we shall see. All right. Interesting, because both sides cite Title IX protections in this, but we'll get into that a lot more tomorrow. Chris Williams, thank you, folks. Be safe tonight. We'll see you tomorrow.
WICC Bye-bye. Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. Minnesota and the Twin Cities sue the federal government to stop the immigration crackdown. They're also requesting a temporary restraining order to halt the enforcement action or limit the operation. It comes after last week's shooting death of a Minneapolis woman by an ICE agent. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry.
We are not asking ICE not to do ICE things. We are asking this federal government to stop the unconstitutional conduct that is invading our streets each and every day.
Illinois is also suing the Trump administration. CBS's Stacey Lynn.
The federal lawsuit accuses the Department of Homeland Security and Trump administration officials of unleashing unlawful militarized immigration enforcement in Illinois that violated constitutional rights and state sovereignty.
Some former Fed chairs, Treasury secretaries, and economists have condemned the criminal investigation into Jerome Powell. CBS's Cammie McCormick reports.
They write in a letter that the inquiry is an attempt to undermine the independence of the Fed. Jared Bernstein served as chair of the Economic Council under President Biden.
Throughout all of this harassment from President Trump, Powell has kept his head down and just calmly and quietly gone about practicing monetary policy. But this time they pushed him too far.
Powell said this is not about the renovation of the Federal Reserve buildings, but a consequence of the Fed setting interest rates based on their best assessment, rather than following the preferences of the president.
Days of nationwide protests in Iran have led to a violent crackdown, and reports of by activists of close to 600 people dead. Erica Brown at the White House.
President Trump has threatened military action if Iran continues to kill protesters. And a U.S. official tells CBS News the president has been briefed on options for military strikes inside the country.
We're looking at some very strong options.
President Trump has announced that countries doing business with Iran will face 25% tariffs from the U.S. Chicago resident Michael McKee is charged in the shooting deaths of his ex-wife and her husband in their Columbus, Ohio home. He has appeared in court in Illinois, his public defender telling the judge,
Mr. McKee believes that the most expeditious manner in which he may defend himself against the charges pending in Ohio and to plead not guilty would be to waive his right to an extradition hearing.
Which he has done. McKee is accused of killing his ex-wife, Monique Tepe, and her husband, Spencer. Australia's Prime Minister says a day of mourning will be held for Bondi shooting victims on January 22nd. 15 people were killed and dozens of others injured during a Jewish Hanukkah celebration. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
I'm Major Garrett. Follow and listen to The Takeout on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Here's another great moment from Melissa in the Morning on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
The president recently reaffirmed his support for the AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act. So in Washington, D.C., there's apparently an effort to pair this legislation, which would mandate AM radio access in all new vehicles, with other bipartisan measures as part of a broader legislative package. But I wanted to talk about the importance, the value of having access to AM radio. I, of course, could get on my soapbox and tell you that because I am an AM FM radio host. It's my job. So why don't we take the bias out of it? Because I'll be honest with you. You don't need to hear what I think about it. I'd like to just keep my job. But let's really talk about the value of AM radio and why that's never really going to go away. Because, look, just disasters are going to happen. And AM radio is so essential in response and getting messages out there to people. And it's not like emergencies are going to go away in time. So joining us back on the show is Ben Bogardus, who is a professor of journalism, also the chair of the Department of Journalism at Quinnipiac University. And Ben, welcome back. I mean, I'm biased. I have no problem admitting that, but you're not. Can you talk to people about the impact of AM radio and why it's probably, at least I'm going to hope, always be essential?
Yes, absolutely. And I mean, like you just said, it's really an emergency way to contact people that you really can't get in any other method. If you rely on cell phones, if you rely on any other modern communication, those can fail. The AM radio, because it goes over the air, because it goes over antennas, can go over a wide range. You don't need a lot of expensive equipment to pick it up. And this is really the primary way when there is a big natural disaster to get the information out to the vast majority of people. Not everyone would have access to cell phones. Not everyone would be home to watch television, but everyone could be in a place or have access to a radio. And I think that's one of the reasons they're pushing this, is that it really is a vital communications tool that when everything else fails, radio can still be a viable option.
I just think it's surprising, Ben, because if there's anything we've noticed in recent years, and I'll even include the pandemic, it was how essential AM radio is. And again, I have no issue calling myself biased because I am. It's my job that I work in AM, FM radio. But when we were in the trenches of COVID, almost every single broadcaster had to figure out in about 24 to 48 hours, how are we going to keep making our product? How are we going to keep effectively reporting the news to people if we can't come in contact, if we can't have press conferences, if we can't even come into the studio? But we were given actually IDs. The crews here on WICC, we were the only ones who were given IDs to be able to bypass if we saw any police presence saying, hey, you have to stay in your homes. Again, this was kind of the early days of COVID and not knowing how we're going to attack it. But we stayed on the air. We never were able to go home. We were here and we were broadcasting. What is happening with COVID? What are the latest numbers? What states are most infected? Where is this coming from? And that was literally in 2020. And then you see what's happened in Hawaii, or you see what's happened like in Puerto Rico when they've had the floods. AM radio has just continued to, I think, prove its point that it is essential. And I'm surprised that there's just not this logical aha moment of, wait, why are we, for a few $100s to put these into new cars? Why are we making this even debatable?
Absolutely. I think it gets to the greater issue of the changing ways in people consume media these days. And radio, especially AM, especially in the car, is sort of an afterthought to most people. They aren't thinking about the emergency aspect of it, or, I like it to be there just in case. They're thinking, well, I never use it. Why would I want it? I stream through the Android Auto or the Apple CarPlay. I listen to Spotify in the car. I listen to podcasts. I don't listen to talk radio anymore. But what they don't realize is that it needs to be there in the background in case of an emergency. It's not necessarily the first thing that you would turn on in your car when you get in there, but having it there is a good peace of mind.
So again, we've got Ben Bogardus here, who is a professor of journalism. He's also the chair of the Department of Journalism at Quinnipiac University. Ben, when you have students who are into, reporting or journalism or the news or, how they're gathering information, I'm not sure how your class works. I would love to take one of your classes, though. But, what do you tell students? In today's world, does AM radio ever come up? I mean, do you look at just the different ways of gathering media and where they all sort of have their place and their value?
Oh, absolutely. And one of the things that I teach a broadcast news writing course, and one of the first things we do is we look at the different ways that news is broadcast out in the modern day. I mean, obviously, you can go back to the beginning and start with radio and then move into television and then move into streaming. But, the students really do have to understand that each of the different models of broadcasting has its own purpose. There's a reason that it was created, a reason that it exists, and a reason that it still is important in society. And so when we're telling them about the benefits of AM radio, we talk about things like being able to have live broadcasts of breaking news, weather break-ins, traffic emergencies. And it's a way to broadcast out to a wide area. Like I said earlier, something that is very inexpensive. Anyone can have a radio. Anyone can be in an area that can pick up a radio signal. And it's really a good way to reach the most amount of people in the least amount of effort, the most amount of time. So it is very valuable in the sense that people do need a backup form of communication when their other devices may fail.
This is a question I get all the time, and I got to be honest, Ben, when you work in radio, it makes my blood boil, but I do understand the question, but I'd rather you answer it. What is the difference between live talk radio, AM radio, and podcasting?
Mm-hmm. I think the immediacy of live talk radio is the benefit that podcasting can't provide. I mean, sort of by definition, a podcast is pre-recorded. It's not live in the moment. It doesn't have that feeling of immediacy of two people having a live conversation. Even a live conversation podcast is pre-recorded, so it misses out on that immediacy. And you have the ability for listeners to call in, to interact with the host, interact with the guest, which again, something in a traditional recorded podcast is impossible. So it does have podcasts do have their origins in radio, but to me, radio and podcasting are two entirely different animals. And to compare the two, saying that, oh, it's the same thing, or we can just replace the radios in cars with podcast players, I think is really missing the point.
Totally. So thanks for saying that. I appreciate it, Ben. Thanks. I might keep my job after all. I mean, I guess my last question would be, does this really come down to expense, or do you believe, in your professional opinion, that there's just a not enough understanding the weight of AM radio? Like, why would future cars not even want to add it?
Yeah, honestly, I think it's both. It's people, the car makers saying, why should we spend money on, installing the antennas and the receivers in a car when, people, our consumers say, well, we don't really listen to radio anymore. So they're looking sort of at the bottom line, but they're missing the point of, well, it does serve a purpose, in an emergency as a backup, and if you look at a survey, I found one just last night that, said that only 54% of young people, 18 to 34 listen to AM radio, but 80% of everyone else does. So I think the marketing people are looking at the younger demographics, the ones they want to sell ads to, and saying, well, they aren't listening to it. No one is. Well, no. More than half the population is relying on it and is using it daily. So it is something that in the long term they do need to have. But in the short term, they're looking at it and saying, dollars and cents. If we're trying to save a few dollars, maybe we take that out. People won't notice. But honestly, I think people would notice if their AM radio suddenly went away.
Yeah, I think so too, Ben. It sounds like the auto manufacturers should probably enroll in your class. That's what I've learned from this conversation, is that probably they should get educated a little bit. I'm just saying. And it sounds like you've got it. They're always welcome to the class. I think that's great. Ben McGardis, I want to thank you so much for what you do, professor of journalism and chair of the Department of Journalism at Quinnipiac University, for always giving us the time on WICC. We appreciate it.
For the latest news in Southern Connecticut, WICC is where you turn first on 600 AM and now 95.9 on FM. Hear your favorite live and local shows during the week. Melissa in the Morning, The Lisa Wexler Show, Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on both 600 and 95.9. Plus more live and local news updates on weekends to keep you informed. You found the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9. WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, with something you might have missed on Melissa in the Morning.
The woman convicted in connection with the disappearance and death of Jennifer Farber-Dulos, who was the mother from New Canaan, who had 5 children, went missing back in May of 2019. Has one more day for a habeas corpus hearing. I'm talking about Michelle Troconis. Day 2 of the 3-day hearing actually was last Friday. And once again, News 8 investigative reporter Jeff Derderian was inside the courtroom and brings us the latest today. Hey, Jeff, how are you?
Hey, good morning, Melissa.
So first, Jeff, let's go back for a quick second and just talk about the importance of this habeas corpus hearing. Why does this matter?
So what this is just it's not a retrial of what happened and what she got convicted of, which is conspiracy to commit murder. So the facts of the case do not get argued, if you will. This is basically her bringing a challenge forward saying that, in essence, her former attorney, Andrew Bowman, did not provide effective counsel. That's her argument. So that's what this habeas corpus hearing is. And the reason why it's so significant is that this judge, at the end of 120 days, once we wrap up next Friday, as you said, or this Friday rather, he could issue a new trial. He could free her. He could, there's a bunch of things he could do. So that's why I think there's been so much focus on, her legal team trying to show that, look, in their words, not mine, that there was ineffective counsel by Bowman, he should have counseled her more before he allowed her to talk to police. There was some sort of a language barrier, they claim, and she requested a Spanish-speaking officer, didn't get it. So there's a lot in this, right? And so that's why there's just a lot of focus, and I think there's a lot of pressure on her legal team to try and drive the point home to the judge. And by the way, it's a judge, rather, not a jury, that will decide this.
And only because you dipped out for a quick second there, Jeff, I want to just reiterate for people the importance of this is, depending on how this hearing goes, the judge will decide essentially if there's enough means to have a brand new trial, right, for Michelle Troconis?
Correct. Yeah. Exactly.
It's a big deal.
I mean, he could. It's well within his purview to do that. He could free her pending her appeal. I mean, there are a couple things he could do. So I think, that's why when we come back on Friday, the state will continue they'll cross-examine this attorney, a hired expert by Team Troconis, Michael Fitzpatrick. He's been a lawyer for, dozens and dozens of years, and he's basically said last week that, paraphrasing here, that he feels as though that Bowman did not meet the standard of care when it came to advising Troconis and representing Troconis. Now, Bowman, got to get this out there, he disagrees with that. He said, look, I did my job. I counseled her, advised her as the best I could based on what I knew. And he said, look, police weren't believing her, okay? Her credibility was in question. And so that's why he initially said, I don't think you should talk. And then he changed his mind after he talked with Richard Colangelo, the former state's attorney, who said, look, we're going to charge her. If we find this body, if we find Jennifer Farbadoulos, we're charging her with accessory to murder. So it's a lot of moving pieces, Melissa. And so, you've got to kind of, read between the lines. The big thing that people are sort of wondering and questioning and whispering in the hallways at the courthouse is, will Troconis herself take the stand, which, we don't know yet. I mean, that will be monumental if that happens.
Well, and I
am.
You
would agree with that.
Totally, absolutely. If she takes the stand, that is absolutely what we're looking to see happen in the third day, potentially. And again, Jeff Dedarian, who's an investigative reporter at News 8, has been in the courtroom the last 2 days. There's one more day of the hearing set for this Friday. Jeff, so I want to just go back for a quick second. Again, Michelle Troconis, she's in the midst of a 14-and-a-half-year sentence right now after a jury had found her guilty back in March of 2024 of helping at the time her then boyfriend, Fotis Doulos, who it is believed he is the one who killed his estranged wife and covered it up. But, back to Andrew Bowman, who I know took the stand for a second day. One of the biggest things in this case that had to have been very complicated, and again, I'm no attorney. I can't tell you how it is or isn't complicated, but I would imagine things became so challenging for how he was going to direct his client once Fotis Doulos took his own life. Because now you've got the main suspect out of the picture. And so someone's got to pay the price, essentially. And already Michelle Troconis was sort of, it was hinted that she might have had some involvement, but there wasn't a lot of focus on her because Fotis Doulos was alive and well. But as soon as he was out of the equation, that made things, I would think, very complicated for Mr. Bowman.
I mean, it made it devastating for Michelle Troconis, because when Fotis Doulos decided to commit suicide, then her value, right, her stock value, plummeted because he's gone, and so there's nobody really left. And so, you've got other people involved tied to it, but she was sort of the main person, if you will, after him. So, yeah, I mean, the worst thing for her is that, is Doulos killed himself, because at least then I think the argument would have been, Bowman or whoever, right, would have been like, look, you've got Fotis. He's the guy that did it. She didn't do it. That's what the lawyers would be saying. Let her come in and talk about, what Fotis did. He did this. He did that. Blah, blah, blah. So, yeah.
Right. She could have testified against him. She could have gotten even probably, I think, even immunity. That's just it. I mean, that could have potentially happened, but he was out of the equation at that point. So did anything come out of day two that felt significant to you, Jeff, as you were sitting in the courtroom watching this? I know, as mentioned, Andrew Bowman did take the stand again for a second day. Anybody else speak or anything that you felt was significant came out of day two?
I mean, I think the fact that Fitzpatrick, these guys are all lawyers together, right? They all kind of hang in the same circles, and it's like you and me, right? Like, in other words, it'd be like if I went on the radio and just started like saying, yeah, you're ineffective at your job. You're not a good interviewer. You don't sound good on the radio. You don't get your facts right, right? That's in essence what Fitzpatrick was saying about Bowman. He said, look, he did not meet the standard of care. He advised her wrongfully, etc. So, I mean, you don't see that a lot, right? Everybody kind of sticks together, right? Like, so it's human nature. So I think, to me, that was, he was hired, obviously. I think he's paid $350 an hour. It's by the state because it's a public defender that Troconis is using. But, he's sort of a hired hand to come in and say that. But, so to me, that's significant when you have another lawyer come in and criticize another lawyer publicly like that. But again, I want to reiterate, okay, Bowman stands by what he did. He said, I changed my mind after they came to me and said she was lying. They felt like her stories weren't adding up. The timeline, when she was in the shower with Fotis, and when, all these little details that people might not remember. But, he said, look, I advised her based on what I thought was the best thing to do at the time, what Colangelo was telling me. And, Colangelo was up there on, this last hearing we had. He didn't really say a lot, the one significant, soundbite I think which stuck out to me really quick was that, he said to Bowman that, look, she can either, and I don't have the exact quote in front of me, I'm paraphrasing it, but basically he said, look, she can either get on the bus or she can get run over by the bus, meaning that she can talk, she can cooperate, and that's what a lot of the focus was, because they were urgently trying to find Jennifer's body. And he said, look, if we find that body, we're charging her. So she can, it's like, get on now, or just, I can't explain or I can't tell you what will happen in the future. So, but I thought we'd hear more from Colangelo, which we didn't. And I think the Fitzpatrick, testimony is significant. And the judge is really sharp in this case. He's taken, he's following it. And listen, he doesn't need me to tell him he's doing a good job. He's a judge. But I'm just telling you that he's very, he's allowing certain things to go forward. He's allowing, certain information to come out and not, objecting to certain things. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see, what he rules. Again, 120 days after, up to 120 days. It could be shorter, but 120 days up until, next, when we wrap up this Friday. And then last thing I can let you know quick before we got to go probably is the mother, Troconis' mother, will be on the stand now this Friday. She's going to testify that because Michelle, according to her, had trouble with the English language, requested this interpreter. Whenever Michelle, was in a conversation with somebody, she needed the mom to, translate and explain. So, in other words, English isn't her native language, and it created problems when they were interrogating her. Again, not saying that's true. I'm saying that's what the mother is going to talk about this Friday.
And again, Jeff Dedarian expected back in court this Friday for day 3 of that hearing. We'll get the scoop on what happens next from Jeff after it happens. You're listening to WICC. We'll be right back.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Metal Supermarket's not where you buy your eggs, but where you buy all the metal you need. The world's largest small quantity metal supplier with over 8,000 types, shapes, and grades is now in Danbury and Bridgeport. Fabricators, construction crews, manufacturers, auto shops, and hobbyists find the metal you need cut to size and ready fast with no minimum order. Or browse our drops and remnants. Fill your cart at Metal Supermarkets in Bridgeport at 1085 Connecticut Avenue or Danbury at 4 Lee Mack Avenue.
Billy, your gas light's on. We need to stop and fill up.
No way, Jen. Gas around here is too expensive. We can make it a little further.
Billy, listen to your big sister. You don't need to drive all over searching for the lowest gas prices. Do what I do and use Upside.
Upside?
Do you live under a rock, Billy? Upside is the hottest cash back app out there. It's free to download, and you get real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it all the time, and I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying the gas you have to buy anyway?
Yes, I'm looking at the Upside app now, and you can get up to a $5 cash back bonus on your first tank.
Okay, I'm stopping to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SUPPLY to get up to a $5 cash back bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SUPPLY to get up to a $5 cash back bonus on your first tank. That's code SUPPLY for up to a $5 cash back bonus.
Columbia Dental in Norwalk is part of a trusted integrated network, offering comprehensive dental services from A to Z, all in one convenient location. From routine cleanings to advanced procedures, their expert team is ready to care for your smile. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Complete dental care all under one